Chapter 3296. Leave, Junju Shang said indifferently. Hearing this, the middle-aged man responded, yes. He turned around and walked out. He felt strange. A few days ago, Wanyan Qianhua's family came to pick her up, but she didn't want to leave. Why did she leave in the middle of the night? Could it be that she had a conflict with the sovereign? Also, what was the sovereign's intention? Could it be that he had no feelings for Wanyan Qianhua? Otherwise, why would he let her leave like that? The bamboo forest seemed to have regained its tranquility after the middle-aged man left. Junju Shang slowly opened his eyes and calmly looked outside. It was unknown what he was thinking about. After a long while, he closed his eyes again and continued to sit cross-legged. The night was getting darker and darker. Wanyan Qianhua was slowly walking down the mountain path of the Xiaoyao sect. Step by step, she didn't have a smile on her face anymore. She didn't need to pretend anymore. That kind of sadness came from her body. Even if she didn't have any expression on her face, people could still feel her sadness. The clouds in the night sky surged. A bolt of lightning flashed across the night sky and lit up half of the night sky. Then, a thunderclap echoed in the sky. At this time, the people of the Xiaoyao sect had already gone to bed. Some of them were cultivating in their rooms. When they heard the thunder, someone walked out of his room and looked at the sky. He was surprised and said, it's going to rain? Why is it suddenly raining? While speaking, he hurriedly went into his room and closed the door. In the bamboo forest, Junju Shang was sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. When he heard the thunder, he opened his eyes. He looked outside and saw that the rain was like needles falling from the night sky. The drops of rain were getting bigger and bigger. They fell to the ground and disappeared into the soil. Looking at the sudden rain, he frowned. This rain was a little strange. The weather was normal during the day, and the wind was gentle. Especially at night, it was cool. It shouldn't be raining. Why did it suddenly rain? He stood up and walked outside. He stood at the door and looked at the rain. His eyes moved. No one knew what he was thinking. After a while, he stepped into the rain. He was wearing a white robe. His body was emitting a layer of spiritual power. This layer of spiritual power formed a protective cover that blocked the rain. Even if he didn't open an umbrella, the falling rain couldn't fall on his body. He walked forward. His figure flashed. In the blink of an eye, he was out of the bamboo forest. Because of his fast speed, his boots didn't touch the soil and the rain on the ground. They were still white and flawless. The night wind was blowing, shaking the trees in the forest. The rain was beating against the leaves. When the raindrops fell on the body, it still hurt a little. And in this night, on the mountain path, Wanyan Qianhua did not find a place to hide from the rain, nor did she use anything to block it. She just walked slowly like this, letting the rain beat against her body and blurring her vision. Boom! Another clap of thunder resounded in the night sky. Thunder and lightning flashed in the wind and rain, causing the surroundings to emit a gloomy and cold aura. However, Wanyan Qianhua did not pay any attention to it. He continued to walk forward, step by step. Chapter 3297. However, those Yin spirits did not dare to approach her. Instead, they followed her from a distance not far away, as if waiting for an opportunity to strike. Wanyan Qianhua, who was in a daze, did not know that Junju Shang, who was dressed in white, was standing behind her, quietly watching her. The trees hid his figure, and his restrained aura did not alarm her. Looking at the woman who was walking in a sorry state in the rain, Junju Shang's brows furrowed slightly. His eyes fell on her body, carrying a complicated expression. He watched her walk step by step, allowing the rain to fall on her body. He watched her dress get soaked by the rain, sticking to her body. The hem of her dress was stained with rain and mud on the ground, making her look very sorry. In the past, she was beautiful and charming. He had never seen her in such a sad state. Looking at her like this, he inexplicably felt uncomfortable in his heart. Those ghosts who were following Wanyan Qianhua were startled by Junju Shang's arrival. They quietly dispersed, not daring to stay. At this time, because the rain was getting heavier, the mountain path was slippery. Wanyan Qianhua was careless, and her weak body slipped. She fell down and sat on the side of the mountain path. Almost at that moment, Jun Jushang instinctively wanted to go forward and support her. However, he did not know what to think, but he retracted his foot. He frowned and looked at her. He watched her sit on the ground for a long time without moving, but her body was slightly swaying. Just when he could not help but want to go forward, he saw her stand up with the help of a nearby tree and continue walking down step by step. Looking at that sorry figure gradually walking away, he looked at her with a complicated expression. He did not leave, but followed her from a distance and followed her all the way. At night, when some wild beasts came out to hunt for food, they noticed him and quietly retreated. Because of this, even in the middle of the night, she did not encounter any attacks from wild beasts. After leaving the mountain path in the forest, she arrived at the foot of the mountain. Because of the pain in her heart and the cold in her body, she finally couldn't take it anymore. She staggered a few steps before her vision turned black and she fainted. Just as she was about to fall, a white figure suddenly appeared and caught her. Jun Jushang looked at the unconscious Wanyan Qianhua with a cold face. He pursed his lips and looked at her with a complicated expression. Then, he carried her and walked down the mountain. In the middle of the night, there was a knock on the door of a house at the foot of the mountain. A couple who were sleeping soundly got up and shouted unhappily, "Who is it? What are you doing so late at night?" He walked outside as he spoke, but he didn't open the door. Instead, he peeked through a small crack. The couple was startled when they saw Jun Jushang in white clothes. They hastily opened the door. "Sect leader, why are you here?" The middle-aged man recognized Jun Jushang. At this moment, he saw him standing at the door with a red-clothed woman in his arms. He hastily invited them in. Jun Jushang walked in with Wanyan Qianhua in his arms. He asked, "Where can we rest?" Chapter 3298. Jun Jushang said to the middle-aged man, "Go and boil the ginger soup. Tell your wife to come here." "Yes, yes." The middle-aged man hurriedly replied and quickly walked out. After a short while, the woman came in. "Master, help her change her wet clothes." He looked at the woman and ordered, "Yes." The woman stepped forward to take over the unconscious Wanyan Qianhua. She saw the sect master turn around and close the door. Then, she took off the woman's wet clothes and found a set of clothes that she hadn't worn before. Then, she helped her to the bed and covered her with a quilt. After doing all this, the sweat on her forehead dripped down, but she didn't dare to stay. Instead, she opened the door and said to Jun Jushang outside, "Sect master, this girl has a fever. Her whole body is hot." Jun Jushang came in and checked Wanyan Qianhua's pulse. Then he took out a pill and put it in her mouth. At this time, the middle-aged man's voice could be heard. "Master, the ginger soup is ready. Give it to me. I will bring it in." The woman took the ginger soup and signaled him to wait outside. After all, the woman inside was brought in by the master. Naturally, she couldn't come in casually. "Master, here is the ginger soup." The woman brought the ginger soup to the bedside. Jun Jushang helped Wanyan Qianhua up and held her in his arms. She couldn't open her mouth because she was unconscious. He gently pinched her chin and said to the woman, "Hey." "Yes, yes." The woman scooped a spoonful and carefully fed her. She drank some of the soup and some of it flowed out from the corner of her mouth. The master took a handkerchief and wiped the corners of her mouth. After feeding her the soup, the woman got up and left. When they were outside, the middle-aged man pulled his wife aside and asked in a low voice, "How is it inside?" "What do you mean, how is it?" "That girl was drenched in the rain and is unconscious. The master is taking care of her." She looked back and said, "I don't know who that girl is. She doesn't look like an ordinary person from the way the master treats her." The middle-aged man had a strange look on his face. "What do you think the master is thinking? The Xiaoyao sect was up there. Why didn't he bring the girl back? Why did you come to our house instead?" "Who knows?" All right, go to the front and don't disturb them." The woman pushed him forward, but she was also curious. Inside the room, Jun Jushang helped Wanyan Qianhua to lie down. After helping her pull up the blanket, he sat by the bed and looked at her. His heart was like stone. He had never been moved by any woman, and he didn't understand what love was in this world. Thus, when he saw her so sad, he was very puzzled. He had never given her a good look, so why was she attracted to him? The two of them hadn't spent much time together, and most of the time, he had been cold to her. He had never given her a glimmer of hope, so why would she be moved? Why was her heart tied to him? So much so that he would end up in such a sorry state because of his words. He had said those words to make her realize the difficulties and back off. It was also because it was impossible for the two of them to be together. She was a girl in her prime, and her beauty was unparalleled. When he founded the Xiao Yao sect, her grandfather wasn't even born yet. How could a person like him and a girl like her walk together? Chapter 3299. That night, he stayed by her bedside and put a cold handkerchief on her forehead to cool her down. Her body temperature returned to normal when the sky gradually brightened. He looked at the woman who was sleeping soundly. He stood up and walked out, closing the door behind him. The couple woke up early and made some porridge. They wanted to give it to the sect master and the young lady. Therefore, when they saw Jun Jushang, they quickly put down what they were doing and went forward to greet him. Sect master, if she wakes up, tell her that you brought her back to take care of her. Don't mention me to her. Jun Jushang looked at them and instructed them. Hearing this, the couple was startled. Seeing that he was still looking at them, they quickly came back to their senses and replied, yes, yes. However, they felt strange. Why didn't the sect master let the young lady know? It was obviously the sect master who brought her here. Jun Jushang left them some gold coins and left after giving them some instructions. After sending Jun Jushang off, the couple looked at each other. In the end, the middle-aged man pushed the woman and said, go in and see if the young lady is waking up. Okay, the woman replied and went in to take a look. She saw that the young lady was still sleeping soundly. Therefore, she walked out quietly. Wanyan Xianhua didn't wake up until noon. When the woman saw her, she quickly went forward and helped her up. She said happily, young lady, you're finally awake. Wanyan Xianhua rubbed her temples. She raised her beautiful eyes and looked at the woman. Then, she looked at the room and asked, why am I here? When she spoke, her voice was hoarse and lacked her usual charm. It was raining heavily last night. You fainted in front of my house. We heard the noise and brought you home. The woman said, young lady's clothes were wet last night. I helped you change into a new set of clothes. I washed and dried your clothes. You can wear them later. Then, she poured a cup of water and said, young lady, drink some water to moisten your throat. I made some porridge. Eat some to warm your body. Then she walked out. Wanyan Xianhua held the cup and drank water. After drinking the water, she felt her throat moisten a lot. She leaned against the bed and sat down. She still felt a little weak in her body, so she didn't get up. Outside, the middle-aged man watched as the woman scooped the porridge and was about to send it to the back. He asked, is that girl awake? She's awake. The woman responded and went to the back with the porridge. Seeing this, the middle-aged man said to the woman's back, then you stay at home and take care of her. I'm going out to hunt. With a girl at home, it wasn't convenient for a man like him to stay there. It was better for him to go out and hunt for game to add on to the dishes. Inside the room, the woman busily went in and out to serve Wanyan Xianhua. After washing up, she brought the porridge forward and said, Miss, your body is still weak, so you can't eat anything too oily. Have a bowl of plain porridge first. Thank you, Wanyan Xianhua said as she took the porridge and ate it herself. The woman sat at the side and watched. Seeing her elegant behavior, her eyes couldn't help but flash. She smiled and said, young lady, you were drenched in the rain last night and had a fever. Although the fever has gone down, your body is still weak. My husband and I are the only two people in my house. You should stay here and take care of your body. Wanyan Xianhua knew that she was weak and couldn't leave even if she wanted to. So she said, I'll have to trouble you. Chapter 3300. Wanyan Xianhua didn't refuse. She felt weak all over. After eating, she lay down. She heard the woman quietly walk out and close the door. The entire room quieted down. She lay on the bed and quietly looked at the ceiling. Only when she was tired did she fall into a deep sleep. She recuperated here until 3 days later when she felt much better. Then, she finally walked out of the room. She had stayed in the room for the past few days. When she suddenly came out and saw the blazing sun in the sky, she couldn't help but squint. "Miss, how do you feel today?" The woman saw her come out and hurriedly asked. Wanyan Qianhua revealed a smile. She looked at the woman and said, "I've troubled you these past few days. Now that my body has recovered, it's time to leave." As she spoke, she took out a bottle of medicinal pills from her sleeve. "You are all cultivators. There are a few medicinal pills in here that can help you advance. Consider it my repayment for your care these past few days." The middle-aged man standing to the side saw this and hurriedly waved his hand. "You can't accept this. You can't accept this. How can we accept this? They took care of her under the sect master's orders. How could they take her things? This wasn't appropriate." "That's right, Mississippi. Take it back. These medicinal pills are precious. We can't accept them." The woman didn't dare to accept them. Wanyan Qianhua smiled and said, "Take it. These are no longer of any use to me. I'll just do you a favor." As she spoke, she stuffed the bottle of medicinal pills into the woman's hands. Then she said to the two, "Farewell." With that, she walked out. When the couple saw this, they couldn't help but look at each other. The two of them followed her out. They watched her figure gradually disappear into the distance. When she disappeared from their sight, the woman said, "Will it work if you give us medicinal pills?" The middle-aged man thought for a moment and said, "Take it. When the sect master comes, just let him know." On the other side, Wanyan Qianhua, who had left, did not return to the Wanyan family, nor did she return to the sect. Instead, she went to the extremely dangerous training forest to train. She left for a few years, and no one heard any news of her. Elder Mei, who had been with Du Fan and the others, had not seen Fengjiu and the others since he woke up. There was no news of Howard either. Even when he asked Du Fan and the others, they were unwilling to tell him. One day, after finishing his work, Old Mei looked at the sky and sighed softly. He shook his head and walked toward the front yard. When he heard the sound of a zither, he was startled. Then, he headed toward the back of the mountain. When he arrived at the back of the mountain, he saw Qin Xian practicing the guqin. He stood not far away and waited, watching and listening. Qin Xian stopped practicing after one song and looked at Elder Mei. She might have sensed his arrival. "What's the matter, Elder Mei?" she asked, looking at him with some confusion. Elder Mei thought for a moment and walked forward. He sighed and said, "Qin Xian, you should know where they went, right? I'm not an outsider. Why didn't you tell me?" When she heard this, Qin Xian said indifferently, "Master only told me that they were going to cultivate in seclusion. However, she didn't mention where they were going. I didn't ask either." Chapter 33:01. Upon hearing this, Elder Mei was slightly surprised. He did not expect Qin Xian to be more open-minded than he was. She even trusted Fengjiu unconditionally. For a moment, his face reddened. He was an old man, but he was not as clear-headed as a young girl. Thinking of this, he inexplicably let out a sigh of relief. The breath that had been in his heart since he woke up seemed to have dissipated at this moment. He smiled and said, "You're right. I was thinking too much. You can continue practicing your guqin. I'll go back first." After saying this, he turned and left. Qin Xian saw that his footsteps were much lighter than before. Only then did she retract her gaze. She placed her hands on the strings of the guqin and gently plucked the strings. For a moment, the melodious sound of the guqin spread through the back of the mountain. It was sometimes light and sometimes sharp. Time was like quicksand between one's fingers. If one said it was fast, it was not fast. If one said it was slow, it was hard to grasp. The scenes of the past seemed to have happened yesterday. However, when one carefully thought about it, one would realize that 5 years had passed unknowingly. In these 5 years, the upper world was not at peace. The first 3 years were considered peaceful, and there were no major events or disturbances. However, in the recent 2 years, various forces began to move in secret. In just 2 years, the forces of the Devil Lord, the forces of the Sovereign Tong Tian, and the forces of the Black Tortoise formed a 3-legged cauldron. They divided the territory, and each ruled as a king. Compared to other forces, these 3 forces could be said to be the largest and most feared. However, they did not stop gathering forces. Instead, they began to rope in other forces. Compared to the devil cultivators and the sovereign Tantian who killed those who disobeyed them, the sovereign Tantian who was righteous won the support of many righteous cultivators. Now that there was turmoil everywhere, the situation was becoming more and more oppressive. However, these people seemed to have forgotten about Xianyuan Mose and Fengjiu, who had disappeared for 5 years. This year, at the Immortal Sect's Immortal Ascension Stairs, another person walked out in the middle of the night. This person had a strong waist and a bear's back. He was dressed in a black robe and held a large saber in his hand. His entire person exuded an awe-inspiring aura. He was none other than Guan Shilin, who had been cultivating in the mortal world for many years. Right now, he had relied on his own strength to climb the Immortal Ascension Stairs and arrived in the upper realm where his younger sister was. Therefore, the moment he descended the Immortal Ascension Stairs, he began to ask around for information. Who would have thought that they had actually disappeared from this place for 5 years? When they arrived at Sifang City, Guan Shilin frowned. He knew that they would encounter a lot of trouble on their way here, but he didn't expect that even their enemies would be so powerful that they disappeared without a trace. Would they be in danger? Instinctively, he didn't think so. Based on his understanding of Fengjiu, they should be cultivating somewhere to increase their strength. However, he was rather surprised that they were able to live in seclusion for 5 years without knowing anything about the world. He wondered when they would return. I wonder what level of strength they've reached now. Now that they had returned, they shouldn't have to fear anyone in this world anymore, right? Thinking of this, his heart was burning with excitement. He couldn't help but look forward to the day when he would meet them again. Chapter 3302. In these 5 years, many people had changed. Wanyan Xianhua, who had disappeared for 5 years, had become famous in the past few months because he had single-handedly destroyed a base of demonic cultivators and killed thousands of demonic cultivators. Everyone knew about him. Her strength had increased a lot in these 5 years. She was still dressed in red and was still a lazy and seductive beauty. However, she was also known as a cold-blooded and heartless ice beauty. When Jun Jueshang, who was in the Xiaoyao sect, heard the news about her single-handedly destroying thousands of demonic cultivators, Jun Jueshang practiced his swordsmanship for an entire day in the bamboo forest. In Danwang Valley, Xianyuan Mose, who was dressed in a black robe, was standing with his hands behind his back. He was looking at the little figure practicing his swordsmanship on the grass in front of him. When his deep black eyes fell on the figure, there was admiration and affection. How who was already 6 years old, was skillfully practicing his swordsmanship. His delicate and outstanding little face already had a maturity and experience that was different from ordinary children. At this moment, he was practicing his swordsmanship seriously. His delicate little face was tense, and his little lips were pursed. His face was full of coldness, and he looked somewhat similar to Xianyuan Mose. It was not the appearance that was similar, but the expression that was somewhat similar to his. After he finished practicing a set of swordsmanship, he stopped and put the sword in his hand behind his back. He walked towards Xianyuan Mose and respectfully bowed. He called out, "Father." Although he kept a straight face and tried his best to make himself look more mature, the light in his eyes still made people feel that it was funny. The person in front of them was a child, but he was pretending to be an adult. It looked a little funny. Xianyuan Mose looked at the child who was hoping to be praised by him and nodded. He said, "You've improved since yesterday. Not bad." As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the child in front of him finally break into a smile. He no longer pulled a long face and went forward to hug his father's leg, unable to hide his joy as he said, "Father, How will definitely work harder. How will also work hard to cultivate and become stronger so that I can protect you and Mother in the future." Hearing this, Xianyuan Mose's lips curved slightly, revealing a faint smile, but his tone was still cold. "You're already so old, you have to stand properly. You're a boy, so you can't act like a spoiled girl. You have to learn to take responsibility." Hearing this, Howard hurriedly let go of his hand and stood up straight, looking up at him. Yes, Howard knows. Howard doesn't dare to forget Father's teachings. Today's sword training will end here. Go learn alchemy. Study hard, study hard. I'll ask you how you're doing later, Xinyuan Mose said as his gaze fell on Hao Er. Yes, he responded and was about to run away. But when he thought of his father's daily teachings, he immediately bowed respectfully and left. Just as he was about to leave, he saw Dan Wang in a white robe walking over with a smile. Hao Er hurriedly called out, "Grandfather." "Haha, Hao Er is going to learn alchemy? Go. Study hard," Dan Wang said with a smile. After Hao Er came forward, he gently patted Hao Er's head to let him go. Goodbye, grandfather." Hao Er responded and bowed to him before leaving. "Why is Dan Wang here?" Xinyuan Mose looked at the old man walking over and asked. Chapter 33:03. Hearing this, Xinyuan Mose only said, "I'm doing this for his own good. He's not an ordinary person, so naturally, he can't grow up carefree like an ordinary child. Being strict is only a good thing for him. In the future, this will save his life in dangerous situations." That's true, but this child is still so young. Dan Wang couldn't bear to part with him. That child was lively and mischievous when he was young, but since he was 2 or 3 years old, he had been teaching him strictly. That child was also someone who could endure hardships. Whatever they said, he would do. Although he was young, he was already very capable. In the future, as long as a Jew's child is a boy, I will teach him like this. Moreover, I will be even stricter, Xinyuan Mose said slowly. He didn't feel that he had done anything wrong. As long as the child had the ability to protect himself, they could be at ease. Hao Er would face many dangers in the future. He was just making preparations in advance to teach him how to deal with them. When Dan Wang heard this, he couldn't help but smile and ask, "What about the girl?" Hearing Dan Wang's words, Xinyuan Mose's expression softened. It was as if he was already imagining what his and a Jew's daughter would look like. Immediately, a smile overflowed on his face. He said, "A girl naturally has to be well protected. Of course, she has to learn to be capable. Yes, if it's a girl, I will keep her by my side and hold her in the palm of my hand. I won't let anyone hurt her." Daughters were not like sons. Daughters had to be pampered, especially his and a Jew's daughter. When the time came, she would definitely be very cute and delicate. As her father, he naturally had to protect her well. Dan Wang looked at Xinyuan Mose, who was already daydreaming, and couldn't help but shake his head. He smiled and said, "It's too early to talk about it now. You're not married yet." As he spoke, he coughed softly and asked, "That girl hasn't broken through yet?" "It should be soon," Xinyuan Mose said as he looked at the cave abode. In the past 5 years, the two of them had been cultivating most of the time. They had also advanced one after another. This time, he had advanced to the Divine King level before her. She had been in seclusion for a long time, but had not broken through yet. However, counting the days, she should have broken through during this period of time. They had been here for 5 years, waiting for her to successfully break through before leaving Dan Wang Valley. Although they didn't go out in the past 5 years, they knew the outside world like the back of their hands. Every once in a while, Dufan would report the outside world to them. Because of this, they knew that the world was in chaos. The few people around you should have come out of seclusion in the next few days. Although each of them has the help of medicinal pills, your advancement is really frightening. Dan Wang shook his head and said with a smile, "In this valley, there are only a few freaks like you. 5 years is not a short time." As Xinyuan Mo spoke, he looked at King of Pills and said, "We can't continue to stay here either. There's a storm brewing outside, and it's time to go out. I just don't know how strong our enemies have become in these 5 years." Hearing this, Dan Wang didn't say anything. He just stroked his beard and remained silent. 5 years was enough to change a lot. As for how to change it, that was their business. Chapter 33:04. After watching Dan Wang leave, Xinyuan Mose stood in silence for a while before leaving as well. Now, all they could do was wait for Fengjiu to come out of seclusion. Due to the competition between the various factions, Sovereign Tontian had set his sights on the 4 great sects and schools. He had sent people to the sects to persuade them to submit to him. Otherwise, what awaited them would be the destruction of their sects. Because of this, The leaders of the various sects felt that dark clouds were looming over their heads and were extremely worried. Just as the leaders of the various sects were discussing and were about to ask Sovereign Tontian for help, they received another piece of news. Sovereign Tontian had plotted against Sovereign Tontian and was currently unable to fend for himself. In the sects, CK and Mu Xian sat below and quietly listened to the discussions between the leaders and elders of the various sections. Seeing them frowning and sighing from time to time, the two of them looked at each other with worry in their eyes. Sovereign Skirich was not a heretical cultivator, nor was he a devil cultivator, nor was he a cultivator of the righteous path. He had his eyes on the great sects, and if they didn't submit to him, they would definitely be destroyed. With the strength of the various sects, even if they had disciples all over the place, what could they do? No matter how many people they had, they would not be as strong as Sovereign Tontian. One had to know that he alone was enough to destroy a sect. The two of them lowered their eyes and thought to themselves, 5 years have passed. Where is our master now? If they were here, perhaps there would be a solution? Thinking of this, the two of them secretly shook their heads. How could there be a solution? Although their master's strength was outstanding, it was impossible for him to reach the Divine King level in 5 years. The strength of a Divine King was not something that anyone could withstand, even if they had an ancient divine beast. Given the current situation, what do you think we should do? One of the leaders asked as he looked at the crowd. Sigh. One of the sect masters sighed and said, We had placed all our hopes on Sovereign Black Tortoise. Now that we heard that Sovereign Black Tortoise was ambushed, I'm afraid no one has the ability to fight against Sovereign Tontian. Yes, what we're afraid of is facing Sovereign Tontian. If he doesn't appear, it'll be fine. But if he does, I'm afraid we won't be his match. Everyone said one sentence after another. At this point, they fell silent again. No one had a good idea. However, right at this moment, one of the sect leaders looked at the crowd and said, Everyone, do you still remember the prophecy of Elder Tianji? Tianji Z. Everyone was stunned. They looked at each other and pondered for a moment. Is it because of what he said? He was referring to Fengjiu. However, she had disappeared for 5 years, and there was no news of her at all. Regardless of whether she appeared or not, even if she did, how strong could she have become in 5 years? No matter how strong he is, I'm afraid he can't compare to Sovereign Tontian. That's true, but since she is the chosen one, she must have her own strengths. Moreover, I heard that the Holy Prince from the Holy Temple will be coming out soon. Another elder said, looking at the crowd, It's impossible for us to submit to Sovereign Tontian. Since that's the case, we can only give it our all. Chapter 33:05. At this point, one of the sect leaders looked at CK and Mu Xian and asked, You two are Fengjiu's disciples. Have you really not heard anything about them in the past 5 years? CK and Mu Xian looked at each other and smiled bitterly. When the two masters left, they didn't tell us where they were going, so we really don't know their whereabouts. We also don't have any news about them. Even if they did, they wouldn't have dared to leak any information about them without their master's permission. Hearing their words, the crowd thought for a moment and didn't say anything more. Instead, they discussed among themselves, if we want to fight against the Sovereign of Sky reaching, then the 4 major sects and the 4 major factions must join forces. When we return to our respective sects, we can send the weaker disciples back to their respective clans and leave the stronger disciples behind to fight. This will reduce the number of casualties. Hearing this, the crowd nodded. That was true. If the weaker disciples participated in this battle, they would only end up dying. They naturally hoped that there would be some seedlings left in their sects and didn't want the entire sect to be destroyed. Another thing is we can spread the news and invite all the strong cultivators to fight this battle with us. I believe that there are many strong cultivators from all over the world. As long as we spread the news, there will definitely be people who will come to help us. That's fine. The crowd nodded in agreement. Another thing is, we can send someone to the Divine Temple and ask the people there to help us. CK and Mu Xian listened quietly and watched as they discussed. In the end, everything was settled and the sect leaders and elders left. They were about to leave when the sect leader called out to them. "Wait a moment, you two." The sect leader walked over with his hands behind his back and called out to them. "Sect leader." The two turned around and bowed to him, asking, "Is there anything else you want us to do, sect leader?" The sect leader looked at them deeply and said, "Do you know why the other venerables didn't participate in this discussion, but the two of you did?" Hearing this, their eyes flickered and they understood. However, they didn't say much and only cupped their hands and said, "Please tell us, sect leader." Seeing this, the sect leader sighed. "You don't have to play dumb with me. I'm sure you know my intentions. You heard what I said just now. I won't say anything else. Think about it carefully." With that, he walked out, leaving the two behind. When he came closer, Muexian looked at CK and said, "Sect leader, you want us to inform Master." CK smiled bitterly. "What else could it be? Although we say that we don't have news, sect leader, we don't. Even though we don't know anything about Master, we know how to contact Master and the others." Speaking of this, CK sighed. "In the past 5 years, although we have the Master's communication Jade tablet, we haven't used it even once. This time, the sect master has said so, and the matter is indeed not small. No matter what, we should report to the masters. As for whether they will come back or not, it will depend on the two masters." Chapter 3306. After the people from the various sects returned to their sects, they quickly arranged the matters in their sections. At the same time, they spread the news and invited powerful cultivators from all over to prepare for the battle with Sovereign Tontion. The gathering place was the Blue Star Immortal Sect. Once the news spread, it caused a huge uproar everywhere. After some people heard the news, they strengthened the guards of their own families and were on high alert. Some people brought their families to other places to avoid the big thing that was about to happen. Although there were many powerful cultivators from all over the place, after the news spread, very few cultivators went to Four Corner City and the Blue Star Immortal Sect. Some people had extraordinary strength, but because they had family members, they could not leave. Their family members did not want them to face such a powerful cultivator and experience such a battle that would definitely kill them. However, there were some cultivators who were alone and had no worries. They went to the Blue Star Immortal Sect to prepare to help. There were also cultivators who wanted to take advantage of this matter to make a name for themselves and went to the Blue Star Immortal Sect. After hearing the news, Dufan and the others did not do anything else. They only paid attention to the movements of all parties. In the past 5 years, they had expanded and established an extraordinary force in the upper realm. In the open, there were a few large sections. In the dark, the power of Yindian was enough to cover all forces, causing all parties to be wary. However, in the past 5 years, the people of Yindian had appeared and disappeared mysteriously. No one could find out about them, let alone whether they were good or evil. In Four Corner City, Guanxilin drank wine and ate meat. He narrowed his eyes as he listened to the discussions of the people in the restaurant. He ate the last piece of soy sauce meat on his plate, burped, wiped his mouth, and shouted, "Waiter, the bill." His deep voice was full of energy, causing some people who had not noticed him to look at him and size him up. Someone asked, "Brother, are you going to the Blue Star Immortal Sect?" Guanxilin glanced at the man and said, "Nope." He glanced at the waiter who was trotting over. After asking how much it was, he stood up and paid the bill. Just as he was about to leave, the cultivator's voice was heard again. "And here I thought you were some kind of hero. Turns out you were just a coward. Ha ha. Brotherly, you think too highly of him. Look, he only has brute force. He's just a mystic. How can he compare to us?" A cultivator at the same table laughed and looked at Guanxilin mockingly. "That's right. If such a person were to go, he would most likely be killed. It's no wonder that he doesn't dare to go," another cultivator said as he cast a contemptuous glance at Guanxilin. Hearing their words, the people in the restaurant couldn't help but hold their breaths. The strength of these people could be considered strong. It was said that they were experts who answered the call to go to the Blue Star Immortal Sect to help. In the past 2 days, they had already caused a lot of trouble. Many cultivators who couldn't bear it any longer were seriously injured after fighting with them. In this place, their names had also spread. However, It wasn't a good reputation. It was just a bad reputation for bullying the weak. The people in the restaurant looked at the burly man and couldn't help but gulp. The burly man had a biting cold aura. Only a few people dared to provoke someone like him. Although he was a mystic, he was still enough to make people wary. Chapter 3307. A cold light flashed through Guan Shilin's eyes as he looked at the leg that was stretched out to trip him. He acted as if he didn't see it and took a step forward. However, he didn't step over it, but instead stepped on the leg that was stretched out horizontally. Crack! Hiss! When the sound of bones breaking rang out, the cultivator's shrill scream also rang out, causing everyone in the restaurant to feel their hearts skip a beat. My foot! My foot! You actually dare to break my foot! The cultivator's face was pale, and beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He trembled as he retracted his foot, but at this time, the pain from the broken leg was so great that it couldn't bear any more force. When everyone in the restaurant saw this scene, they couldn't help but gasp. How dare this man? How dare he break that person's foot? This time he's in trouble. As if they could already foresee the man's miserable end, the people in the restaurant couldn't help but secretly shake their heads. Wouldn't it be fine if he endured it for a while? Now, it was hard to say if this man could even keep his life. Guan Shilin didn't even look at him. After stepping on the cultivator's foot, he continued to walk forward. He didn't even frown. It was as if he didn't step on the cultivator's foot, but on the ground. He wanted to leave, but how could the two cultivators who had regained their senses let him go? They immediately stood up angrily and shouted, "Stop right there!" With a vicious shout, a palm wind was sent towards Guan Shilin's back. Guan Shilin easily dodged without even looking back. He didn't want to fight in the restaurant and cause the owner of the restaurant to lose his business. Thus, he moved and went down the stairs. Seeing Guan Shilin go to the first floor, the cultivators' faces were as cold as ice, especially the cultivator whose foot was broken. He said to the two cultivators in a sinister tone, "It's fine if this person doesn't respect me, but he doesn't respect the two of you." How hateful! Although the two cultivators were trying to sow discord, that person didn't even look at them before going downstairs. The contempt in his actions towards them had truly infuriated them, especially since they had been humiliated in front of so many people in the restaurant. If they didn't do anything, how could they become famous in the future? Thinking of this, they heavily snorted. This brat has no respect for anyone. Let's see how we'll teach him a lesson he'll never forget. As they spoke, the two of them followed the man down the stairs. They saw that the man didn't approach them and was instead walking out from the first floor. At that moment, the two of them looked at each other and simultaneously attacked the man in black in front of them. When the people on the first floor saw the fight, they couldn't help but stand up and retreat to the side. However, the man in black didn't even look back and took a step forward. His speed was so fast that he easily avoided the attacks of the two cultivators behind him, causing them to hit nothing but air. In a flash, the man in black was already out of the restaurant. Seeing this scene, the owner's eyes flashed and his gaze fell on Guan Shilin. Outside, the people on the street saw the two cultivators chasing after him and automatically dodged. At this moment, the man who had been dodging and not fighting back finally raised his hand and caught the other cultivator's fist. His hand bent down, and the sound of bones breaking rang out. Chapter 3308. Bang! His body fell heavily to the ground, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The man struggled to stand up, but he fell back to the ground after supporting himself. Seeing this, the other person drew his sword from his waist and swung it at Guan Shilin. However, the seemingly ferocious strike was like a child playing with a sword in Guan Shilin's eyes. Guan Shilin did not even look at it. He dodged to the side, and as he dodged the attack, he raised his hand and clenched it into a fist. His fist was imbued with a hidden force as it landed on the area between the man's thumb and index finger. With a miserable shriek, the man's sword fell to the ground. He quickly covered his hand and retreated. His face was filled with shock as he looked at the black-robed man. Who are you? Tell me your name if you have the guts." The cultivator looked at him in horror, but he still shouted fiercely. He wanted to know his name, as if he wanted to settle the score with him in the future. Guanxilin glanced at the man. Then his gaze swept across the man on the ground and the pale-faced cultivator who was standing in front of the restaurant and was about to sneak away. Suddenly, he strode forward and pulled the man out with one hand. "What's the use of keeping your cultivation for a vicious person like you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he crippled the cultivator's cultivation. No. The cultivator screamed in horror. However, his opponent was too fast. He only felt the strength leave his body in an instant. His limbs went limp and he fell to the ground. Seeing this, the other two people's faces turned pale. A sense of fear rose from the bottom of their hearts, causing them to involuntarily shiver. They instinctively wanted to escape, and they did so. The man who was punched by Guanxilin turned around and took a few steps forward, but Guanxilin had already pulled him back. He also crippled his cultivation and threw him to the side. Don't cripple my cultivation. I apologize to you. I apologize. I won't dare to do it again," the person sitting on the bed said in a trembling voice. Because he had been kicked, he hadn't recovered yet. Seeing him walk over step by step, he was so scared that he peed in his blanket. The surrounding people stared at the black-robed man in surprise. They watched as he stepped forward and crippled that person's cultivation. It was fine if he didn't make a move, but when he made a move, he crippled those three people's cultivation. Such a straightforward and decisive method caused everyone's hearts to tremble. This person was definitely not a fish in a pond. After Guanxilin crippled their cultivation, he did not pay any more attention to them. This kind of person had offended too many people. Now that his cultivation had been crippled, it was unknown if he would be able to leave Four Corner City alive. He turned around and left, walking along the main street. During this period of time, he had been gathering information in Four Corner City. Now that he had gathered enough information, it was time to find a place to stay. As for where, it was naturally his younger sister's Feng Manor. Because he had inquired about the place during this period of time, he followed the main street and headed towards the Feng Manor. He did not stop. However, because he had crippled those three people's cultivation in front of the restaurant, quite a few families in the city had already noticed him. Thus, when the people following him saw him arrive in front of the Feng Manor's gate, they could not help but be stunned. Chapter 3309. What? You're saying that someone actually went into the Feng Manor? When the Xiao family's head heard the news, he could not help but frown and ask, "What kind of person is that? Do you know his background?" Ever since Feng Jiao and the others left 5 years ago, there had been no one living there. However, he had ordered people to go to the Feng Manor every once in a while to clean it up. He had also sent people to secretly monitor the Feng Manor, hoping that Feng Jiao and the others would one day return. However, 5 years had passed, and there had been no news of them at all. He never thought that he would hear that someone had actually entered the manor today. That person was truly audacious. Family head, that person was wearing black clothes. He had a sturdy waist and a bear's back. He didn't seem to be 30 years old, but his strength was outstanding. He crippled the cultivation of 3 flying immortals on the street. Furthermore, that man was not a spirit cultivator, but a profound cultivator. His aura was outstanding, and he did not seem like an ordinary person. As the hidden guard reported this, he thought of the person he had seen earlier. He was only a profound cultivator, but he had extraordinary strength. Furthermore, he dared to cripple the cultivation of 3 flying immortals by himself. That person's methods and style were indeed not something an ordinary person could compare to. Hearing this, the Xiao family's head pondered for a while before saying, "It seems that I really need to go and see just what kind of person he is." The other family clans also knew about the news that the Xiao family had received. They did not pay much attention to the Feng Manor that had been abandoned for 5 years. After all, Feng Jiao and the others had disappeared for 5 years. It was hard to say whether or not they would appear again. The reason they paid attention to this place was because of the recent turmoil in the world. Naturally, the movements in the city could not be hidden from the spies they had sent out, especially today's matter. That profound cultivator had crippled 3 flying immortals by himself. His strength could not be underestimated. They were naturally curious about this person's background. After entering the Feng Manor, The people from the Xiao family will definitely go and see what's going on. Just send someone to secretly keep an eye on him. If there's any movement, report back immediately. One of the family heads ordered, having his subordinates continue to keep an eye on him. At the same time, the people from the other families and factions did as they were told. Some people were even thinking that this person had to go to the Feng Manor of all places. Could it be that he had some sort of relationship with Fengjiu? At the same time, inside the Feng Manor, Guan Shilin went in to take a look. Seeing that the manor was clean and tidy, it was as if someone often cleaned it. Thus he nodded to himself. He had heard that the Xiao family would send people to clean up every once in a while. It seemed to be true. He looked around the mansion and couldn't help but smile. So we're here. Xiao Jiao and the others live here. The environment is not bad. He walked around the entire residence, and indeed, there was not a single person. Moreover, the main door was not locked, so who would dare to come in here? Not to mention the fact that the Xiao family's people were secretly watching over the place. Even if someone really did not know what was good for them and came in, they would have to weigh their own strength. He did not come here for a reason. He just thought that if Xiao Jiao and the others came back in the future, they would definitely come back here. Since he did not know where to find them, then he would let them come find him. During this period of time, he had asked around and heard that the Yin Hall's underground forces were here. Thinking about it, it should be Hui Lang and the others, right? Now that he was here, he figured that it would not be long before they contacted him. Chapter 33:10. Who dares to occupy the Feng Manor? Just as Guan Shilin was about to go rest, he heard this and laughed. Thinking about it, this person should be someone from the Xiao family. They came quite quickly. He adjusted his expression, turned around, and walked out. Outside, he saw a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes standing in the front yard with his hands behind his back. Behind him were several guards. Looking at his aura, he should be the head of the Xiao family. This is the head of the Xiao family? Guan Shilin asked. Although he asked, he was somewhat certain. He just didn't expect the head of the Xiao family to care so much about this place. Hearing Guan Shilin's words, the head of the Xiao family's expression changed slightly. He asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Why did you enter the Feng Manor? Do you know that the Feng Manor has a master?" Hearing this, Guan Shilin smiled. "Head of the Xiao family, please come in and sit." As if he was the host, he made an inviting gesture. Then, without waiting for the head of the Xiao family to take a step, he walked in first. Seeing this, the head of the Xiao family frowned. He stared at the person's back for a while, but in the end, he followed in. In the main hall, he saw Guan Shilin sitting in the main seat. The head of the Xiao family could not help but frown. His eyes were filled with anger. "You really think you're the master of this place?" Guan Shilin smiled and said, "Head of the Xiao family, there's no need to be angry. I haven't introduced myself yet." He looked at him and smiled. "My surname is Guan, and my name is Shilin. I'm Fengjiu's older brother." Hearing this, the head of the Xiao family was shocked. After calming down, he snorted heavily and looked at Guan Shilin with a dark expression. "Why don't you find a better excuse to lie? What do you mean you're Fengjiu's older brother? Fengjiu's surname is Feng, and your surname is Guan. How can you say you're older brother?" Guan Shilin was not angry. He only smiled and said, "I'm her older brother, but I'm just a foster brother. I'm not her biological brother. Just because you say so, do you think I believe you?" The head of the Xiao family said in a deep voice. He looked at him coldly. "Why would I lie to you?" Guan Shilin shook his head and said with a smile, "I only came here a while ago by climbing the celestial ascension stairs from the lower realm. Because I didn't have any news about them, I stayed in the city for a few days and asked around. Only today did I decide to come to the Feng Manor." Hearing this, the Xiao family's master frowned slightly and stared at him without saying a word. "I'm not asking you to believe me, but since you're here, I have to tell you that I'm staying here to wait for them to come back." Master Xiao stared at him for a long time and asked, "How can I believe that you're Fengjiu's elder brother?" Guan Shilin smiled. "What does Master Xiao want to know? Someone close to my sister? There are some things that even if I told you, you wouldn't know, so there's no need to say it. However, even if my sister doesn't come back, the person close to her will come back soon. At that time, Master Xiao will know that I'm telling the truth." Hearing this, Master Xiao thought for a bit and said, Okay, since that's the case, I'll believe you for now. However, this place has been abandoned for 5 years. Although I've ordered people to clean it up, there aren't any servants in the manor. It's inconvenient for you to stay here. Why don't you come to the Shao Manor and stay for a few days? Hearing this, Guanxilin smiled and said, There's no need. I'll just stay here. Chapter 33:11. Then I'll go back and pick some servants to send over. Since we're going to stay, it's inevitable that there will be some servants moving around. As he spoke, he stood up and cupped his hands. Farewell. Guanxilin returned the salute. After sending him out, he went to the backyard and found a place to rest. After he left, an old man next to him asked, Family head, do you really believe what he said? You don't believe him? The Shao family head looked at the old man. Not really. I saw that this person's aura is not ordinary. He doesn't seem like the kind of person who wants to take advantage of others or has some ulterior motive. Perhaps he really does have some relationship with young Miss Feng. If it's really as he said, then someone will come in a few days. That's a good thing. The Shao family head nodded. That's right. This person is young, but he has the aura of someone in a high position. His every movement has an intimidating aura. He's quite similar to them. As for Feng Jiu and the others, Xianyuan Mose and Feng Jiu didn't need to be said. Even Lung Hua and the others by their side didn't seem like servants. Instead, they seemed like sons of aristocratic families. Thus, after seeing Guanxilin, he believed most of it. However, what the Shao family didn't expect was that they didn't have to wait for a few days. As soon as the sky darkened, someone quietly snuck into the Feng Manor. Guanxilin, who was resting in the courtyard, heard the commotion and opened his eyes in the darkness. He sat up and said, Come in if you're here. Just as he finished speaking, 2 black figures jumped in through the window. The lights in the room lit up, and the 3 people in the room secretly looked around. Guanxilin originally thought that it would be Lung Hua and the others, who knew that it would be 2 masked men in black. Seeing the masks on their faces, he grinned and leaned against the bed. People from Yandian? Greetings, Master Guan. The 2 people looked at Guanxilin, then respectfully cupped their hands and bowed. Who sent you? Hui Lang? Or is it Lung Hua? Or is it Du Fan? As he asked, he stared at their masks. He thought to himself that the masks worn by the people from Yandian were exactly the same as before. However, to be able to wear masks, they should be people with some status in Yandian. At most, the people below them. It's Manager Du sent us. One of them said, Steward Du and the others knew that Lord Guan came here, so they ordered us to secretly inquire about the news. Where are they? Are they not in Foursquare City? Asked Guanxilin to ask. They're not in Four Corner City, but they'll be here in a few days. Hearing this, Guanxilin turned a find. Since you know I'm here, that's enough. You can go back. Tell them that I'll be waiting for them here. If they were coming back, then Little Nine and the others should be coming back soon. Yes. The 2 responded, but didn't leave immediately. Instead, they said, Master Guan, if you have any instructions, you can go to today's restaurant and find the manager. This is a token. One of them handed over a token. Hearing that it was today's restaurant, Guanxilin raised his eyebrows and nodded. He reached out and took the token. Yes, I understand. We'll take our leave. The 2 people left in a flash. Chapter 33:12. In a town, Wanyan Xianhua, dressed in a red dress, reclined on the 2nd floor of a restaurant. She gently swirled a wine cup in her hand as she looked at the people coming and going below with her mesmerizing and seductive gaze. She would occasionally take a sip of wine. She lazily reclined there, and a seductive aura naturally emanated from her body. Her every movement was filled with a seductive aura, causing the people in the restaurant to involuntarily stare at her. Who is that woman? She's so beautiful. A cultivator could not hide the astonishment in his eyes. His gaze was fixed on the red figure. Looking at that exquisite and graceful figure, he felt as if there were feathers gently brushing against his heart. It was difficult to resist. I've never seen her before. She should be a foreigner, a cultivator beside him said. A cultivator at the side said. He saw that the woman in the red dress didn't seem to notice the burning gazes of the crowd. She continued to drink her wine and lay by the window like a cat. He couldn't help but have the guts to be lustful. It's rare to meet such a beauty. I'll go over and invite her to drink with me." The man could not help but stand up and walk towards the woman. "Miss, how can it be fun to drink alone? Why don't you accompany us?" As the man spoke, he leaned forward slightly. He could faintly smell the faint fragrance of the woman's body, and he felt his heart ripple. Scram! Wang Xianhua's red lips parted slightly and spat out a cold word. However, she did not even turn her head. Instead, she brought the wine cup closer to her red lips and took a sip. She continued to lie there and look at the street outside. Being told to scram by a woman like this, the man felt a little embarrassed, and his expression changed slightly. Especially when he saw the crowd looking in their direction. He mustered up his courage and stepped forward. Missed that as he spoke, he reached out to grab Wang Xianhua's hand. However, at that moment, Wang Xianhua, who was originally looking at the street outside, turned her head. Her seductive gaze swept over with a cold glint, and she released her pressure. She did not even touch that person, but that person's face paled, and he abruptly took a few steps back. He groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. In the end, he could not even stand up and fell down. His face was pale and filled with shock as he looked at the beautiful woman who was staring coldly at him. His heart was in turmoil, and he was shocked beyond words. Seeing this scene, the crowd's hearts also shook violently. They all looked at the beautiful woman in red at the same time, with unconcealable shock on their faces. This woman had actually used her pressure to push that cultivator away and make him vomit blood. For a moment, the way everyone looked at her had changed. The amazement in their eyes had turned into fear, contemplation, and inquiry. Everyone looked at her quietly. She was dressed in red and had an outstanding temperament. The first person that came to mind was Fengjiu. However, the moment this thought appeared, they secretly shook their heads and rejected it. It shouldn't be Fengjiu. Although they had never seen Fengjiu before, they had heard that it was an absolutely beautiful woman with a face that could topple cities. Her beauty was cold and aloof. The woman in front of them was also extremely beautiful, but it was not the kind of beauty that was cold and aloof. She was alluring, beautiful, and extraordinary. Such a person could not be Fengjiu. However, she also liked to wear red. Then who could she be? Chapter 33:13. Suddenly, someone slapped his head and exclaimed, I know who she is." Everyone turned to look at the man with wide eyes and asked in a low voice, "Who is she? Who is she? If she's not the ghost Dr. Fengjiu, then she must be Wang Xianhua. Yes, she must be Wang Xianhua." Once this was said, some people showed a look of understanding while others were puzzled. However, when they looked at the woman, they saw that she acted as if nothing had happened and continued to drink her wine. "Brat, it's good that you're still alive. Do you know who Wang Xianhua is? She killed thousands of demonic cultivators by herself, and you dare to provoke her? You must be tired of living." Hearing this, those who didn't know couldn't help but gasp. She killed thousands of demonic cultivators by herself? How strong is she? When a man who was vomiting blood heard this, his face turned even paler. He didn't dare to cause trouble and hurriedly stood up with the help of the table and crawled downstairs. Seeing that the man left, the people on the second floor sat down. They didn't provoke her, so they didn't have to leave. After all, Wang Xianhua was from the Blue Star Immortal sect, so they didn't have to worry about her killing people. Have you heard? The news has spread, and people from all over the world are heading to the Blue Star Immortal sect. I heard that the sect leader of the Carefree sect will also bring people over. That's right. During this period of time, the sects have sent many disciples back to their families because they are worried that Sovereign Tong Tian and the others will attack them. But this is also good. At least it's safer to send them back, and they can leave some seedlings for the sections. This time I heard that the sects don't have the confidence to fight with Sovereign Tong Tian, but this battle is unavoidable. If they don't fight, they will have to submit to Sovereign Tong Tian and listen to his orders to help him dominate the world. Why do you think the sects will help him? Sovereign Tong Tian is said to be at the Divine King level. Who in the world has the strength to fight with him? Even the sect leaders of the various large sects, none of them have reached the God King level, right? Of course. Do you think that just anyone can reach the God King level? Not to mention that there aren't any in the major sects. It would be difficult to find a few in the various realms. As Wanyan Qianhua listened to those people, his hand that was swirling the wine glass paused. No one knew what he was thinking. He looked at the wine glass in his hand and did not move for a long time. She drank her wine and looked at the streets until the sky gradually darkened. Then, she got up and walked out, preparing to find an inn to rest for the night and leave tomorrow. However, just as she left the restaurant and walked through the streets of the city in search of an inn, a cold, killing intent suddenly assaulted her from behind. She stopped in her tracks and turned around abruptly. She saw over a dozen sword-wielding black-clothed men appear on the streets and attack her. Run! When the commoners on the street saw this, they were so frightened that they cried out in alarm and scattered in all directions. Not long after, the entire street was empty, and only things were scattered messily on the ground. The black-clothed men did not say anything. They just made a hand gesture, and the men surrounded her. Chapter 33:14. The red figure shuttled back and forth among the black-robed men. She was extremely fast and swept past them like a ghost, causing the black-robed men's attacks to miss. A cold light flashed past, and one of the black-robed men fell to the ground with a groan. In the next moment, Wanyan Qianhua's longsword flashed and slashed out. She quickly retreated and put away her longsword. With a flick of her sleeve, something seemed to fly out from her sleeve and rush towards the black-robed men at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, the black-robed men struggled and screamed. They all pointed their long swords at each other and started killing each other. It could be seen that the black-robed men's attacks were not as fierce as before. They seemed to be trying to stop something. However, their swords were still pointed at their companions in the end. Wanyan Qianhua looked at this scene expressionlessly. When she saw the concealed, evil cultivator's aura being released at this moment, the corners of her lips curled up coldly. She watched as the dozen or so men fell one by one before she turned and left. The commoners and cultivators who were hiding far away saw this scene and couldn't help but be speechless. Some people asked in confusion, why did those evil cultivators suddenly kill each other? What do you know? That Wanyan Qianhua is a member of the Wanyan clan. Do you know what the people of the Wanyan clan are best at? A cultivator said as he rubbed his arms in fear. What are they best at? Someone asked. Controlling ghosts. The Wanyan clan is either good at controlling ghosts or raising ghosts. Their ability to control ghosts is unparalleled. Otherwise, why do you think those people would kill each other for no reason? Hearing this, the surroundings fell silent. They didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but they felt that the streets were cold. Especially with the pervasive smell of blood, it seemed even more eerie 2 nights later, in a forest. Wanyan Qianhua was resting on a tree. The gloomy forest was very gloomy, but those evil beings didn't dare to come within 10 meters of her. The night was very quiet. Therefore, she could vaguely hear footsteps and voices in the distance. However, sleepiness overwhelmed her, and she didn't pay much attention to it and fell into a deep sleep. In the second half of the night, she was awakened by the clashing of swords and sabers in battle. She opened her eyes and stared at a certain spot in the forest with an ugly expression. She had been sleeping soundly, but was woken up. The anger in her heart was so strong that the aura on her body became colder. A red figure flew in the direction of the sound like a ghost. It was cold, and only a red figure could be seen in the dark. From a distance, it was a terrifying sight. When Wanyan Qianhua arrived at that place and saw the people fighting in front, his eyes flashed. It was actually people from the free and unfettered sect. Her heart trembled. She saw several free and unfettered sect disciples covered in scars being surrounded by devil cultivators. She saw one of the devil cultivators raise his hand and send a fierce palm strike towards one of the free and unfettered sect disciples. She didn't even think about it and rushed out. She pushed the disciple aside and condensed spiritual energy in one hand to meet the devil cultivator. Bang! Chapter 33:15. The demonic cultivator fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. After twitching a few times, He lay motionless on the ground and stopped breathing. Seeing this, not only were the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect stunned, but the demonic cultivators were also stunned. Miss Wanyin, a disciple, recognized her and was pleasantly surprised. Wanyin Qianhua did not turn around. She only ordered, "Back off." As soon as she finished speaking, she unsheathed her sword and the red figure dashed forward. Wherever the sword passed, a cold, murderous aura gushed out. When the demonic cultivators heard the two words Wanyin, they were shocked. They had no choice. Since Wanyin Qianhua had killed thousands of demonic cultivators, it could be said that their hearts would tremble when they heard this name, especially when they looked at the person in front of them, who was wearing a red dress and was incomparably beautiful. Who else could it be but the female killer, Wanyin Qianhua? "Retreat. Quickly retreat," one of the demonic cultivators said in a trembling voice, and suddenly retreated. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he felt a chill in his throat, and with a groan, he fell to the ground. When the disciples of the Xiaoyao sect saw this scene, they could not help but widen their eyes. They only saw the red figure flash past, but they could not see her moves clearly. They only knew that she was extremely fast in the midst of the demonic cultivators. In a short while, the demonic cultivators all fell to the ground. "It's so powerful." The few disciples seemed to have forgotten the pain from the wounds on their bodies. One by one, they opened their eyes wide and sucked in a breath of cold air. Only when they saw Wanyin Qianhua putting away the long sword in his hand and preparing to leave did they suddenly come back to their senses. "Miss Wanyin, please wait." A disciple hurriedly called out to her. "Is there anything else?" Wanyin Qianhua frowned slightly and glanced at them. When she glanced at them, the disciples could not help but shrink back. However, they did not retreat. Instead, they said, "Miss Wanyin, are you going back to the Blue Star Immortal sect?" Hearing this, Wanyin Qianhua frowned and looked at them. He said coldly, "If you have something to say, say it. It's like this, we also want to go to the Blue Star Immortal sect, but we have split into several groups. The one with us is the sect leader, but the sect leader has met with an accident and is currently unconscious. This place is still very far from the Blue Star Immortal sect, and we are worried that there will be an ambush by devil cultivators on the way. So we would like to ask Miss Wanyin to protect us and let us safely send the sect leader to the Blue Star Immortal sect." Wanyin Qianhua didn't speak for a long time. He just frowned and stared at the disciple who spoke. No one knew what he was thinking. Because she didn't open her mouth, the disciples couldn't guess what she meant. They cautiously called out, "Miss Wanyin?" Wanyin Qianhua came back to her senses. A dark light flashed across her eyes, and she asked in an inexplicable voice, "You said that your sect leader is unconscious?" "Yes, that's right. Actually, our sect master almost went berserk when he was cultivating some time ago. Later on, he didn't recover. After he arranged things and brought us out, he was ambushed and aggravated his internal injuries. Now he's unconscious. In order to protect our sect master, we took the risk to lure those demonic cultivators away. Luckily, Miss Wanyin saved us." Hearing their words, Wanyin Qianhua didn't know what to think. After a while, he said, "Where is he? Take me to see him." Chapter 33:16. In a simple cave somewhere in the forest, more than 10 disciples of the Xiaoyao sect were guarding outside. Inside the cave, there were 2 or 3 disciples, a middle-aged man, and Junju Shang, who was in a coma. I wonder if they will be in danger? Will they be able to get rid of those demonic cultivators? The disciples guarding outside were worried, looking around from time to time. It's still a long way to the Blue Star Immortal sect. We don't know how many more dangers we will encounter. The disciples lowered their voices, looking worried. Suddenly, there was a rustling sound. The disciples guarding outside looked over and saw a few familiar figures. It's Senior Brother Chun and the others. As soon as they heard the surprised voices, they quickly rushed forward. When they got closer, they saw the bloodstains on their bodies. Their faces changed. "Senior Brother Chun, we're fine. Don't worry. Look, who is this?" The leader of the disciples said with a smile, gesturing for them to look at Wanyin Qianhua. When they saw them just now, they noticed a red figure beside them. At this moment, the disciples who had seen Wan Yin Qianhua before were startled. Miss Wan Yin? Yes, it's Miss Wan Yin. Fortunately, we met her. Otherwise, I'm afraid we would have died under the swords of those demonic cultivators. Hearing this, everyone immediately saluted Wan Yin Qianhua. Thank you for saving us, Miss Wan Yin. Wan Yin Qianhua looked at them and said, Lead the way. Yes, Miss Wan Yin, this way. They quickly led her to the cave. After arriving at the cave, only one person brought Wan Yin Qianhua in. The others stayed outside and helped the disciples clean their wounds. When the middle-aged man saw Wan Yin Qianhua, he couldn't help but be shocked. Miss Wan Yin? Why are you here? Wan Yin Qianhua looked at him and said indifferently, I was preparing to return to the sect. On the way, I met a few disciples of your sect. As she spoke, she walked in and her eyes fell on the figure lying by the fire. After 5 years, he still looked the same. It was as if he hadn't changed at all. However, because he was unconscious, his face was a little pale and his eyebrows were slightly furrowed. It seemed that his situation wasn't good. With his cultivation, how did he end up like this? With his cultivation and comprehension, how did he end up like this? This, I don't know. The middle-aged man shook his head. Wan Yin Qianhua sat down by the fire and asked, Have you taken any medicine? Yes, this morning, I took an internal elixir to treat my internal injuries, but I haven't woken up yet. As the middle-aged man spoke, he looked at the cold Wan Yin Qianhua and was secretly surprised. After not seeing her for 5 years, he felt that she had changed a lot. In the past, she was full of smiles and natural charm. Now, although she was still beautiful, she inexplicably made people feel cold. Thinking about the changes in the sect leader and Wan Yin Qianhua in the past 5 years, he couldn't help but wonder what happened to them back then. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man asked carefully, Miss Wan Yin, we haven't seen each other for 5 years. Have you been well? Hearing this, Wan Yin Qianhua curled her lips. She glanced at the middle-aged man and said, Better than your clan leader. Chapter 33:17. Yes. The few of them replied and turned around to leave. After the few of them left, the middle-aged man said, Actually, I'm very happy to be able to meet Miss Wan Yin here. Originally, I was worried that the sect master would be unconscious and that the journey would not be peaceful. However, if Miss Wan Yin can accompany me, I can still be at ease. As he spoke, he paused and continued. If the sect master knows that Miss Wan Yin has come, I think he will be very happy. However, after he spoke, he suddenly felt that the atmosphere in the cave seemed to have become colder, causing him to involuntarily shiver. When his gaze fell on Wan Yin Qianhua's face, he saw her coldly looking at him with a smile that was not a smile. That kind of gaze made him unable to say the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He could only smile embarrassedly and said, Then let's go out for a walk. Miss Wan Yin, you can rest here first. If you need anything, just call us. Without waiting for her to say anything, the middle-aged man stood up and walked out, leaving the two of them alone. The cave was quiet. Only the occasional crackling sound of the branches burning in the fire could be heard. Wan Yin Qianhua did not look at the unconscious Jun Jushang. Instead, she sat quietly in front of the fire. Looking at the fire, she recalled the words he said to her 5 years ago, as well as the cold and indifferent expression in his eyes. 5 years had already faded away the feelings from back then. She thought that the person she had not seen for 5 years had already faded from her mind. However, when she saw him today, the scenes of the past once again appeared in her mind. Her gaze turned slightly and fell on the unconscious Jun Jushang. Seeing the sweat on his forehead and his frown becoming deeper and deeper, she hesitated for a moment and reached out to check his pulse. After checking his pulse, she knew that his situation was not very good. He said that he had taken a pill, but it seemed that it did not have any effect. Staring at Jun Jushang, she took out the pill that Fengzhou gave her and stuffed one into his mouth. Outside, although the middle-aged man had gone out, he didn't go far. Instead, he sat at the entrance of the cave and glanced inside from time to time. When he saw Wan Yin Qianhua take out a pill and feed it to the sect master, he couldn't help but smile. As for Wan Yin Qianhua, He naturally did not need to worry or guard against her. He was only afraid that she would really do nothing and ignore him. However, from the looks of it, she should still have their sect leader in her heart. He just did not know what happened back then. He actually let her leave for 5 years. After she fed the pill to Junju Shang, she was about to withdraw her hand when Junju Shang grabbed it. She looked at her hand, and her eyes moved. She looked at the person who hadn't even opened his eyes. At the same time, she exerted some strength and tried to withdraw her hand. However, although he was unconscious, his strength was so great that he couldn't pull his hand back. Wanyan Qianhua frowned and used more strength to pull her hand back. She sat at the side with a cold face and didn't look at him again. The night gradually darkened, and the night passed quietly. Wanyan Qianhua closed her eyes and rested, but she didn't let down her guard. Therefore, when the sun rose, she opened her eyes. It's daybreak. Help him out. Wanyan Qianhua came to the entrance of the cave. With a wave of her sleeve, a flying boat appeared in front of her. Chapter 33:18. He's unconscious. It's best to use the flying ship. Let's go. Even if there's an ambush, it won't be too obvious. As she spoke, she jumped onto the flying ship. Not long after, the flying ship slowly ascended in the direction of the Blue Star Immortal Sect. Flying in the clouds, the disciples who had been on tenterhooks all the way finally let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, Junju Shang, who had been unconscious for a day and a night, slowly opened his eyes. Sect Master is awake. The middle-aged man's surprised voice sounded. He looked at Junju Shang, who had opened his eyes and secretly let out a sigh of relief. After waking up, Junju Shang looked at the middle-aged man and asked, "Where is this?" "Sect Master, this is the cabin of the flying ship." "Oh, that's right. This is Miss Wanyan's flying ship. Last night The middle-aged man told him about his encounter with Wanyan Qianhua last night. After hearing the middle-aged man's words, Junju Shang's gaze slightly moved. He closed his eyes and didn't speak. "Sect Master, last night I saw Miss Wanyan feed you a pill. I reckon that pill took effect. That's why you woke up so quickly." As he spoke, his voice paused. He looked at Junju Shang and said, "Sect Master, last night after Miss Wanyan fed you the pill, you kept grabbing her hand and didn't let go." Hearing this, Junju Shang's eyelashes trembled. He didn't speak, but slowly closed his eyes. "Elder Su, did Sect Master wake up?" The disciples outside heard him say that Sect Master woke up, so they came over to ask. "Sect Master, rest first. I'll go out and tell Miss Wanyan and the disciples so that they won't be worried." The middle-aged man said, then stood up and walked out. Outside, Wanyan Qianhua heard that Junju Shang had woken up. His hand holding the wine cup couldn't help but tighten a bit. Sect Master woke up. His spirit isn't very good. Don't disturb him. Everyone disperse. The middle-aged man said to the disciples outside, hinting them to go to the front. At the same time, he walked to the front of the ship and came to Wanyan Qianhua. "Miss Wanyan, sect leader is awake. Do you want to go in and take a look?" The middle-aged man asked. His gaze fell on her face, and when he saw her cold gaze, he could not help but smile sheepishly. "Pretend I didn't say anything. Pretend I didn't say anything." He chuckled and retreated. Junju Shang was lying on the bed in the cabin. He opened his eyes. It wasn't clear what he was thinking about. He closed his eyes after a while and fell asleep. After flying for 2 days, seeing that they were getting closer and closer to the Blue Star Immortal Sect, Wanyan Qianhua said to the middle-aged man, "Now that your sect master has woken up and is recovering, we are not far from the Blue Star Immortal Sect. Let's split up ahead." Hearing this, the middle-aged man was stunned. "Isn't Miss Wanyan also going back to the Blue Star Immortal Sect?" "How? I still have some things to do. I'm not in a hurry to go back," Wanyan Qianhua said. He turned around and did not say anything else. Instead, he controlled the ship to fly down. Seeing this, the middle-aged man hurried to the cabin of the ship. "Sect Master, Miss Wanyan said that she wants to split up with us. She won't be going to the Immortal Sect with us." "Okay," Junju Shang replied. He, who was leaning against the head of the bed, paused for a moment before standing up and putting on his clothes. Chapter 33:19. Junju Shang didn't say anything. He put on his robe and walked out of the cabin. His face was still a little pale, but it was much better than a few days ago. At this time, he walked out, and every step he took was very slow. The disciples cupped their fists and bowed when they saw him. Then, they retreated to the side. Jun Jushang came to the front of the ship. He looked at Wanyin Qianhua, who was leaning on the front of the ship and looking at the sky outside. His eyes flashed. "Thank you." These two words came out of his mouth. He didn't say anything else and didn't ask anything. It was just a simple thank you. Wanyin Qianhua didn't move at all. Wanyin Qianhua didn't even look in his direction. Jun Jushang raised his head and looked ahead. He said, "Since we're not on the same path, we can stop and split up." Wanyin Qianhua didn't say anything. However, the ship slowly descended. After about half an hour, the ship landed. Wanyin Qianhua, who was leaning lazily, didn't look back. She said to them, "Let's go." These three words were cold and emotionless. She didn't even look back at Jun Jushang. Jun Jushang looked at her, then turned around and walked out of the ship. "Miss Wanyin, take care. We'll see you at the sect." The disciples cupped their fists and said. They then walked out of the ship and stood behind Jun Jushang. The middle-aged man walked over and chuckled. "Miss Wanyin, we'll meet again at the sect. Thank you for taking care of me along the way." As he spoke, he cupped his hands and bowed before getting off the flying ship. After they got out of the ship, it flew into the sky again and gradually went away. The middle-aged man looked at Jun Jushang and asked carefully, "Sect leader, what happened between you and Miss Wanyin? Why didn't she look at you?" Jun Jushang didn't say anything. He just put his hands behind his back and rode his sword forward. Seeing this, the others quickly followed. On the spaceship, Wanyin Qianhua took out some wine from her space. She leaned back and drank one cup after another. When the spaceship arrived outside Four Corner City, she came down from the spaceship. She put away the spaceship and walked towards the city with swaying steps. After entering the city, she randomly pulled someone and asked, "How do I get to the Feng residence?" Feng residence? The one who was stopped was a male cultivator. He had originally thought that this red-clothed woman's beauty was unparalleled, and he was looking at her with amazement. When he heard her mention the words Feng Manor, the amazement in his eyes immediately disappeared, and he looked at her with a bit of vigilance. "Who are you? Why do you want to go to the Feng residence?" Wanyin Qianhua frowned, especially after drinking wine. He was a little unhappy. Hearing his words, he immediately grabbed his collar and lifted him up. He shouted coldly, "Didn't you hear me? How do I get to the Feng residence?" A powerful pressure came over, causing the male cultivator's face to turn pale. Not to mention speaking, he couldn't even move. Wanyin Qianhua, who had recovered, rubbed her brow. She withdrew the pressure and put the person down, saying, "I am Wanyin Qianhua. I want to go to the Feng residence. Lead the way." As soon as they heard that it was Wanyin Qianhua, the people who were paying attention to this side began to whisper, "So she's Wanyin Qianhua. I never thought that she would be this beautiful. I heard that she and Fengjiu are sworn sisters." Chapter 33:20. When Jun Jushang and the others entered the city, they saw the red silhouette from afar. They saw a tall man wearing black clothes walking towards her. They didn't know what he was talking to her about. After that, the man in black clothes let go of the cultivator she was holding and helped her walk away. When Jun Jushang saw the two of them leave, his eyes twitched and he lowered his head. Who is that person? Why is he helping young Miss Wanyin leave?" A disciple said as he looked at Wanyin Qianhua leaning on the black-robed man. "It seems that the relationship between the two is not ordinary. Perhaps he is young Miss Wanyin's sweetheart?" Another disciple said. As he spoke, his foot was stepped on, and he couldn't help but cry out. He glared at the disciple next to him. "Why did you step on me?" Seeing the sect master walk forward, the middle-aged man turned around and glared at them. The disciple who had stepped on him unhappily said, "What did you say wrong? Why did you have to say that? Could it be that you didn't know that young Miss Wanyin lived in the sect master's bamboo forest for a period of time 5 years ago? Her relationship with the sect master is not shallow. Now that you're talking about the relationship between young Miss Wanyin and that man in front of the sect master, How do you want the sect master to feel? Hearing this, the disciple was stunned. He scratched his head and said, I didn't know. When she went, I wasn't at the sect. After that, I didn't hear anyone mention it. How could I know there was such a thing? He only knew that young Miss Wan Yin seemed to have some relationship with their sect. How could he have known that the relationship was like this? Enough, let's go. As they spoke, they quickly followed Junju Shang and the others. On the other side, Guan Shilin helped Wanyin Qianhua back to the Feng Manor. Upon entering the manor, he called for 2 servant girls. Help her to the inner courtyard to rest. As he spoke, he looked at Wanyin Qianhua. You go rest first. I'll have someone make some hangover soup for you. Wanyin Qianhua complied and walked to the courtyard with the help of the 2 servant girls. Actually, she wasn't that drunk. It was just that she wasn't in a good mood. Coupled with the fact that she was drunk, her temples hurt a little, and she didn't have much energy left. The servants in the mansion were sent by the Shao family. Guan Shilin lived here, so it was more convenient for some servants to move around. Therefore, he sent someone to the kitchen to make some hangover soup for Wanyin Qianhua. Not long after Wanyin Qianhua entered the Feng Manor, Du Fan and the others arrived at the manor's entrance. Seeing the familiar place, they looked at each other and smiled. Speaking of which, we haven't been back for 5 years. Du Fan looked inside and couldn't help but sigh. These 5 years had passed so quickly. Yes, it's been 5 years and we're back. Old Mei's eyes narrowed as he smiled. When he thought of Feng Jiu's return and the young master's return, he was filled with excitement. He wondered how the young master was doing now that 5 years had passed. Qin Xian saw that there were people walking around the manor and said, Let's go in. Before the young master returns, everything in the manor needs to be prepared. That's true. As they spoke, they walked inside. When the servant girls inside saw them, they couldn't help but be startled. Just as they were about to ask, they saw Guan Shilin walk out. Seeing them, he laughed and greeted them. Chapter 33:21. When his gaze landed on Elder Mei and Qin Xian, he was slightly surprised, but he did not say anything. He only indicated for them to come in, and the group walked towards the main hall. After everyone sat down, Du Fan smiled and introduced them. Shilin, this is Elder Mei, and this is Qin Xian. As he spoke, he turned to the 2 and said, This is Guan Shilin, Master's sworn brother. He has a very good relationship with Master. Hearing Du Fan's words, Elder Mei's eyes flashed. Du Fan said that the person in front of them was Feng Jiu's sworn brother, and he also said that Guan Shilin had a very good relationship with Feng Jiu. It could be seen that he was not a person that could not be ignored. At that moment, he also took him seriously and cupped his hands in greeting. Brother Guan. Greetings, Big Brother Guan. Qin Xian also stepped forward and bowed. We're all family. No need to be so polite. As Guan Shilin spoke, he indicated for them to sit down and said, I've been here for a few days now, and I've been waiting for you all. Du Fan and Luo Yu looked at each other and smiled when they heard this, saying, As soon as we heard that you had come, we ordered our subordinates to inquire about you. Who would have thought that you would directly come to the Feng Manor? I more or less know about your situation here. That sovereign Lord Tong Tian is indeed a difficult person to deal with. However, after 5 years, Xiao Jiao and the others should have become much stronger. Speaking to this point, Guan Shilin smiled, especially since the various large sects have been preparing to deal with sovereign Lord Tong Tian. With this kind of help, I trust that sovereign Lord Tong Tian will have to think twice before making a move. Right now, Master and the others have not returned yet. We can use this opportunity to make arrangements in the manor. Du Fan said. Hearing this, Guan Shilin continued. That's right, before you came, I just happened to run into Xiao Jiao's sworn sister, Wanyin Qianhua. At this time, she is also in the manor. However, I saw that she was not feeling too well, so I had her rest in the back courtyard. Oh, she's here too? When they heard this, they couldn't help but smile. Then if Master comes back, he will definitely be very happy to see you. Since Lung Hua isn't here, I can only act as the housekeeper for now. I have to send someone to inform the Shao family and set up some formations in the mansion. You guys take a seat first. I'm going to get busy. Du Fan stood up and said to everyone. Hearing this, Old May and the rest stood up as well. We stood up as well. Let's go and help as well. We need to arrange for some people to come back. After all, it's not good for the Shao family to move around here. Thus, they didn't sit down, but started to get busy. In the evening, when the sky was getting dark, Guan Shilin called Du Fan to the backyard and asked him about it. Du Fan, Old May's cultivation is extraordinary. How did Xiao Jiu subdue him? Guan Shilin asked the question that had been bothering him. Today, he saw that Old May's cultivation was unfathomable, and he couldn't ask in detail because there were too many people around. Now, he had the time to ask clearly. Even if you didn't come to me, I was going to come to you and tell you. Chapter 33:22. Hearing this, Guan Shilin nodded his head. I understand. Because everyone was gathered, Guan Shilin had the kitchen prepare a table full of food and wine. Tonight, they would sit down and eat a good meal together. Night fell, and the manor's lights were as bright as day. Tonight, everyone in the Feng Manor gathered. This allowed the various families and factions in Xifang City to know that Feng Jiu and the others who had disappeared for 5 years were about to return. However, Feng Jiu and the others had not yet appeared. Today, however, some people saw that the people who had followed Feng Jiu in the past had entered the city. Inside the Feng Manor, Qin Xian arrived at Wanyan Qianhua's courtyard and knocked on the door. Young Miss Wanyan, are you feeling better? Wanyan Qianhua was lying on the bed. When she heard the sound from outside, she rubbed her forehead and opened her eyes. She did not get up and instead asked, What is it? Young Miss Wanyan, I am Qin Xian. We just arrived at the Feng Manor today. Everyone is gathering in the front. Brother Guan told me to come ask if you are feeling better. Do you want to go to the front together? Hearing this, Wanyan Qianhua rubbed her forehead and sat up, saying, I will go over in a bit. As she spoke, she washed her face, combed her hair, and put on her outer clothes before walking out. She originally thought that Qin Xian, who had been talking outside, had already left. She never thought that when she opened the door, she would see her waiting in the courtyard. Young Miss Wanyan. Qin Xian bowed slightly. When she saw Wanyan Qianhua, she thought that she had seen her master. However, when she looked carefully, she felt that although the two were both wearing red clothes, their temperaments were different. However, it could not be denied that Wanyan Qianhua's beauty was very captivating. Wanyan Qianhua looked her over and asked, You are one of Xiao Jiu's people? Yes, she replied, and retreated to the side to let her go first. Let's go, Wanyan Qianhua said, and walked to the front with her. In the front yard, Guan Shilin and the others put the tables together and placed them in the middle of the yard. There were lanterns hanging around the tables, and when one looked up, they could see the bright moon. Everyone stood in small groups and chatted. Since Wanyan Qianhua had not arrived yet, they did not sit down. When they saw Wanyan Qianhua and Qin Xian out of the corner of their eyes, they smiled and said, They're here, they're here. Everyone walked towards Wanyan Qianhua and cupped their fists to salute her. Miss Wanyan, long time no see. Du Fan smiled. Looking at them, Wanyan Qianhua smiled. Yes, it's been a long time. Have a seat, she said and gestured for everyone to sit. We were just talking about how Miss Wanyan single-handedly annihilated over 1,000 demonic cultivators. How satisfying. It's already in the past. There's nothing to talk about. Wanyan Qianhua said and looked at them with a smile. You guys, on the other hand, disappeared for 5 years. Now that you've reappeared, I'm sure Xiao Jiu will be back soon. I heard from Leng Hua that Master is still in closed-door cultivation. She'll probably come back after she comes out, but I believe it won't take long. I heard from Leng Hua that if Master breaks through again, she'll break through to the Divine King Realm. Once she breaks through to the Divine King Realm, she'll be able to fight against the Sovereign of Tongtian. Du Fan said excitedly. Master and the Yama Lord's breakthroughs were unbelievably fast. In 5 years, they would break through to the Divine King Realm. No, to be exact, the Yama Lord had already broken through. Only Master was left. Chapter 33:23. I haven't been back to the sect for 5 years. Now that the sect is in danger, I have to go back and see my master. With that, Wanyan Qianhua raised his wine glass and said, Come, let's not go home until we're drunk tonight. As for tomorrow, I have to go back first. I'll come back when Xiao Jio and the rest are back." Hearing that, everyone raised their wine glasses and said, "Let's not go home until we're drunk." That night, everyone chatted and laughed as they drank. They only left when it was late at night and returned to their courtyards to rest. Meanwhile, in Danwang Valley, 3 bolts of lightning struck down from the sky. Each bolt was more powerful than the last. Hearing the rumbling of the lightning, the cultivators in the valley all came out of their cave abodes to take a look. "Look, it's the young Valley Master. The young Valley Master has finally broken through to the godly king level. I never thought that I would be able to see the young Valley Master break through to the godly king level with my own eyes. Ha ha ha, my life has not been in vain." The cultivators laughed excitedly as they looked at the 7-colored clouds in the originally dark sky. They watched as the night turned into day. They watched as the 7-colored clouds floated in the sky. Faintly, they could hear the sound of red-crowned cranes and heavenly music coming from the depths of the clouds. Look, that's the fire phoenix. With a phoenix cry, the fire phoenix flapped her wings and flew into the sky. She circled in the sky. Her entire body was covered in flames, and her long and gorgeous phoenix tail was hanging down from her tail. Everyone couldn't help but gasp in amazement. So beautiful! Not far from the cave abode where Feng Jiu had broken through, Xinyuan Mose stood with his hands behind his back. Hao Er, who was dressed in a small black robe, stood beside him. The little boy looked up at the sky, his eyes full of excitement. "Father, Mother is so powerful. The fire phoenix is so beautiful. Be good and listen to us. Work hard in your cultivation. You can be so powerful in the future," Xinyuan Mose said as he reached out to pat his son's head. Thinking about his son's background, a dark light flashed across his eyes. "Father, who will listen to father and mother's words and cultivate diligently. I want to be as powerful as you two in the future." He looked up at him. In his heart, the two of them had always been very powerful. They had always been the strongest. Xinyuan Mose looked at him and didn't say anything. No one knew what he was thinking. "Father, will Mother come out after she finishes her advancement?" "Father, Mother has come out. Are we going to leave this place?" he asked curiously. Xinyuan Mose smiled and asked, "Do you want to leave this place?" Howard blinked, thought for a moment, and said, "I want to follow Father and Mother." "How?" "Or we'll go wherever Father and Mother go." Hearing this, Xinyuan Mose sighed in his heart. He rubbed his head and said, "It's late, go back to sleep. When you wake up, you can see your mother tomorrow." Hearing this, his eyes lit up. "All right, then will Daddy also go back to sleep?" "You go back first, I'll go back later." He gestured and said, "Go." Hao replied before walking towards the cave abode. After Hao left, Dan Wang stroked his beard and walked over with a smile. "That girl has finally broken through. I wonder what Order God King cultivation she is now." He looked at Xinyuan Mose and asked, "Is there something on your mind?" Chapter 33:24. Hearing this, Dan Wang's hand that was stroking his beard paused. He pondered for a moment, then said, if his parents are still alive and have the ability to protect him, then he should indeed return to his birth parents. Although he is only 6 years old, he has been intelligent since he was a child. When the time comes, you can talk to him and see what he thinks. Regarding his past, you can't hide it from him forever. We didn't want to hide it from him forever. We originally planned to tell him when we were about to leave. As Xinyuan Mo spoke, he watched the 7-colored clouds in the sky gradually disperse. The night returned to normal, and the stars shone in the sky. It's getting late. Fengjiu probably won't come out until tomorrow. You should go back and rest too, Dan Wang said, then walked away with his hands behind his back. After Dan Wang left, Xinyuan Mose also walked away and returned to his cave to rest. The next day, as soon as the sky brightened, he got up and went outside to wait for Fengjiu to come out. In the cave, Fengjiu exhaled softly, then slowly opened her eyes. The moment she opened her eyes, a faint smile appeared on her face. She had finally succeeded in becoming a divine king expert. In the past 5 years, apart from her master guiding their cultivation, he had also researched and concocted pills for advancement with her. Otherwise, she and Mose wouldn't have been able to break through to the Divine King level in just 5 years. Sitting cross-legged, she released her divine sense and saw the people waiting for her outside the cave. When she saw them, the smile on her face deepened. Only then did she get up and walk out. "Father, when is Mother coming out?" Hao asked, holding Xinyuan Mose's hand. His eyes occasionally glanced towards the cave. "She'll be out in a while," Xinyuan Mose said, his gaze falling on the cave. Leng Hua and the others also looked towards the cave. They couldn't hide their excitement. Master was finally coming out of seclusion. Not long after, a red figure walked out from inside and appeared in front of everyone. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw the beautiful woman in red with her hair hanging down to her hips. "Mother!" Hao ran over happily and threw himself at Fengjiu. Fengjiu bent down and picked him up. He smiled and said, "Hao has grown taller again." "Mother, Hao misses you." He intimately hugged her neck, his delicate little face flushed red. The little man buried his head in her neck, unwilling to leave. When Fengjiu heard this and saw that he was hugging him tightly, he also laughed. "Mother, I miss Hao." "Congratulations, Master, for successfully breaking through to the God King realm." Leng Hua and the others stepped forward and bowed respectfully as they congratulated him. When the other people in the valley saw this, they smiled and congratulated. "Congratulations, young Valley Master. Congratulations, young Valley Master." "Ha, little girl, not bad." Dan Wang smiled and nodded. He looked at her with satisfaction. "Master," Fengjiu called out and said, "If not for Master's guidance, I wouldn't have advanced so quickly. It's all because of Liang Zun that I'm where I am today." When Dan Wang heard this, he waved his hand. "Sai, this has nothing to do with me. It's all because of you, one step at a time." Then he said to everyone, "Today, the valley has to celebrate. Everyone get ready. Later, we'll dig out all the wine that little Feng brewed a few years ago to drink." Chapter 33:25. Let's go dig for wine. Let's go help in the kitchen. They all spoke excitedly. After cupping their hands, they left, leaving only the few of them there. "Master, Yama Lord, let's go help," Leng Hua said. He left with Hui Lang and the others. "Little Master, I'll take you to see them dig for wine," Leng Shuang said. He came to Fengjiu and looked at Hao. Hao looked at his mother and then at his father. Then he said to Fengjiu, "Mother, I'll go play with Aunt Shuang first." He got down from Fengjiu's arms and held Leng Shuang's hand. He looked at Xinyuan Mose and said, "Father, Hao will come back later. Go." Xinyuan Mose nodded. Fengjiu came to his side and wrapped his arms around his waist. She hugged him and buried her face in his chest. She smiled and said, "I've been in seclusion for more than a year. Did you miss me?" Xinyuan Mose hugged her and rested his chin on her head. He smiled and said, "Yes." One word was better than 1,000 words. They stood in each other's arms and didn't say anything. They just quietly enjoyed the warmth of this moment. After a long time, they let go. Xinyuan Mose held her hand and looked into the distance. He said, "Now that you're out, we have to find a time to leave." Du Fan and the others sent news that the situation outside isn't very good, especially since Sovereign Tong Tian wants to attack the big sections. The situation outside is very dangerous. 5 years have passed. I wonder how much Sovereign Tong Tian's strength has improved? Fengjiu said thoughtfully. He still had the ancient fierce beast by his side. If they fought, they wouldn't be completely overwhelmed. "We can discuss this after we get out of here. What do you plan to do about Hao?" Xinyuan Mose looked at her and asked. Hearing this, Fengjiu paused for a moment and said, "Hao is already 6 years old. If we didn't know who his biological parents were, we wouldn't be in a hurry to tell him, since he's been raised by us. But since we know his background, we should tell him before we leave Dan Wang Valley." Xinyuan Mose nodded. "Yes, I think so too. 5 years have passed. I think Elder May will want to bring him back this time." Fengjiu smiled and said, "In any case, we have raised him for 5 or 6 years. If you want to take him away from us, if his parents don't come personally, then you won't be able to take him away." She had raised her son for 5 or 6 years. How could she let anyone take him away so easily? if his parents didn't come in person. She didn't want to return their son to them. Listening to her words, Xinyuan Mose hooked his lips and smiled. That's right. We have raised our son for 5 or 6 years. How can they take him back so easily? Let's go. We'll go to the stream at the back of the mountain to watch them dig for wine. As for Hao Er's background, we'll tell him at night, Fengjiu said as she held his hand and led him to the back of the mountain. On this day, because Fengjiu had come out of seclusion, everyone in the valley was very happy. Everyone got busy. The valley hadn't been so happy and lively in a long time. It could be said that no one was idle from morning to evening. At night, the table was filled with food and wine. Everyone sat around and drank together. It was a harmonious scene. There were no disputes, no robberies and killings outside. There was only peace and ordinary. Chapter 33:26. Mother, look at those 2 stars. They're so bright. How? Pointed at 2 unusually bright stars in the sky. Xinyuan Mose and Fengjiu looked up and smiled at each other. Those 2 stars were the Emperor's Star and the Phoenix Star. Although they were bright in the past, they were never as dazzling as tonight. If they could see that the Emperor's Star and the Phoenix Star were so dazzling, others probably noticed as well. How? Your father and I have something to tell you tonight. You have to listen carefully. Fengjiu looked at him and said seriously. Hearing this, Hao blinked. Seeing the rare seriousness on their faces, he couldn't help but sit up straight and nod seriously. Yes, Hao will listen carefully. Xinyuan Mose and Fengjiu looked at each other and paused. In the end, they decided that she should be the one to speak. She looked at Hao who was sitting between them, and said softly, Hao, we're actually not your biological parents. Hearing this, Hao who was sitting up straight, froze. His eyes widened, and he looked at Fengjiu in astonishment. Mother, what did you say? How? We're not your biological parents. Fengjiu looked at his panicked expression, and her heart clenched. Mother, are you drunk? How? Er's eyes were filled with panic and fear. His eyes gradually turned red, and a layer of mist covered them. His small hands tightly grasped her hand. Mother, are you drunk? How? Is your biological son. How? Is your biological son. As he spoke, his tears fell. His little mouth was tightly pursed, and he forced himself not to cry. It was the first time such a small person faced such a situation. For a moment, it felt as if the entire sky had collapsed. He was very panicked and helpless. A pair of hands gently stroked his head and pulled him into an embrace. Fengjiu sighed softly and said softly, Hao, don't cry. It's all right. Even if you're not our biological son, you're still our son. Feeling the warmth of his mother's embrace, feeling the gentleness from her body, his panicked heart gradually calmed down. He raised his head and hugged her tightly. His voice choked as he asked, Really? Mother, even if Hao isn't father and mother's biological son, will father and mother still want me? You're the son we've raised for 5 or 6 years. How could we not want you? As Xinyuan Mo spoke, he reached out his hand to rub his hair and said, Your mother and I are telling you this because we want you to know your background. After we leave Danwang Valley this time, perhaps not long after, your birth parents will come knocking on our door. I don't want them. I only want you. Hao hurriedly said and buried himself in Fengjiu's arms. When the two saw this, they couldn't help but shake their heads and smile. Hao, don't you want to know how you became our son? Hearing this, Hao blinked his slightly red eyes. He thought for a moment and sat up straight. However, one hand was still tightly holding Fengjiu's hand. He said, I want to know. Mother, where did Hao come from? Chapter 33:27. Seeing him in a daze, Fengjiu couldn't help but laugh. Your father and I didn't have children yet, so we raised you as our own. As we raised you, you're already so big. At first, we didn't know about your background, but later, an old man came to our house. He's called Elder Mei. Fengjiu hugged him and told him about him bit by bit. Hao leaned in her arms and listened attentively until she finished. That's it. So, when we leave Danwang Valley in a few days, we have to tell you about your background first. Do you understand now? It's not that father and mother don't want you. Even if we tell you this, you're still our son, Fengjiu said softly. She looked at Hao, who had calmed down, with a smile in her eyes. It was indeed not easy for a 6-year-old child to calm down so quickly. Mother, after leaving Danwang Valley, Hao only wants to stay by father and mother's side. He didn't know his biological parents. Ever since he could remember, father and mother had been by his side. They taught him how to walk, how to speak, how to read, and how to cultivate. He knew that they had always doted on him, so he never doubted that he wasn't their biological son. Xinyuan Mose and Fengjiu smiled and said, "We'll talk about this later. It's late, go back and sleep." As they spoke, they stood up, and each of them took one of his hands to send him back to his cave residence to rest. After sending him back to his cave residence, the two of them went to the hot spring pool in Danwang Valley. They planned to take a bath before going back to rest. In the middle of the night, the valley was already quiet. Only the occasional sound of insects could be heard in the air. The two of them took a bath in the hot spring. After about the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, they got up and went back to their cave residence. What they didn't know was that Howard couldn't sleep that night. He couldn't sleep the whole night. His mind kept thinking about the things they told him. He digested the things they told him alone and couldn't fall asleep until dawn. In the end, he got up early, washed up, and went to sit outside his parents' cave residence alone, waiting for them to wake up. "How, why are you here?" Early in the morning, Lung Hua saw the little figure curled up into a ball and sitting in front of his master's cave. He immediately walked over to him and asked, "Uncle Hua, how?" Looked up at him and then lowered his head again. He buried his head between his knees and said in a muffled voice, "Father and mother told Howard that Howard is not their biological son." Lung Hua was slightly startled when he heard this, and then he smiled warmly. "How? Do your parents treat you well?" "All right. Father and mother treat Howard the best. They love Howard the most." He raised his head and said, "That's right. All these years, they've been so good to you, treating you like their own son. So what if you're not their biological son? You just need to know that they're good to you, right?" Howard thought for a moment and nodded. "Yes, mother said so too. Mother and father said that I'm still their son. Isn't that enough? No matter what, you're still their son. That won't change." Lung Hua patted his head and said warmly, "You're sitting here so early in the morning. If your mother comes out and sees you, her heart will ache." Chapter 33:28. Hearing this, Lung Hua smiled warmly and said, "Let's go. I'll take you to eat something." Lung Hua took his hand and led him to the kitchen to see if there was anything for him to eat. As the sky gradually brightened, the first ray of sunlight shone into the valley. At the stone table in the kitchen, Lung Hua sat at the table and looked at Hao Er's flushed face from drinking hot porridge. He couldn't help but smile. "Uncle Hua, mother said that we're leaving Danwang Valley. Will we come back in the future?" Hao put down his spoon and looked at him. He grew up here and liked the people here very much. He just didn't know if he could come back in the future. "If you want to come back in the future, let your mother bring you back to stay for a few days." Lung Hua said, "However, the outside world is more exciting. Maybe you'll like it more after you go out." "Is it fun outside?" "Father doesn't allow me to be playful. I want to cultivate." Howard blinked and asked, "Uncle Hua, are there a lot of bad people outside?" Lung Hua smiled and said warmly, "There are bad people and good people. You have to learn to distinguish them yourself." "Uncle Hua, tell me about the outside world." He sat up straight and looked at him with a pair of clear eyes. "Okay," he said warmly. He sat here and told him about the outside world. When it was close to noon, they were heading back and happened to meet Xinyuan Mose and Fengjiu. "Father, mother." Hao trotted forward. "How have you eaten?" Fengjiu rubbed his hair and asked with a smile. "Yes," he said and looked at the two of them. "Father, mother, when are we leaving?" Uncle Hua said that there are a lot of fun and delicious things outside. In the future, can Hao play enough before cultivating? Hearing this, the two of them looked at each other and smiled. "Of course. When we reach our house, mother will accompany Hao to play outside and eat delicious food." "Great. Thank you, mother." He hugged her hand and smiled happily. At this moment, Fengjiu looked at Lung Hua and said, "Go and get them ready. We'll leave soon." "Yes." he replied, and left first. Xianyuan Mose and Fengjiu brought Hao to eat first. Not long after, they came to Dan Wang's cave residence. "Young Valley Master, you're here." "The Valley Master is inside," the two cultivators guarding the cave said, and invited them in. The two of them nodded and walked inside. When they arrived, they saw Dan Wang sitting at the stone table drinking tea. Seeing that they had arrived, he gestured for them to sit down. "Are you guys leaving?" Dan Wang asked, his gaze falling on them. "Master, we're here to say goodbye. We're preparing to leave soon," Fengjiu said, and sat down with Xianyuan Mose and Hao. Dan Wang nodded. "That's good. You'll have to leave sooner or later. It's fine to go back earlier. However, when you go back this time, you should also be preparing for your wedding, right?" A smile appeared on Xianyuan Mose's face. He glanced at Fengjiu and said, "Yes, after we go back and arrange everything, we'll prepare for our wedding. When the time comes, we'll send the invitation." Chapter 33:29. Fengjiu and Xianyuan Mose stood up at the same time and solemnly bowed to him. "Take care, Grandpa. Hao will come back to see you in the future," Hao said, imitating them and bowing respectfully. Good, good, good." Dan Wang smiled and nodded, gently patting him on the shoulder. "Good boy. Remember to listen to your parents and cultivate hard." "Grandpa, don't worry. Hao will be obedient," he promised with a serious face. Dan Wang sent them out and said, "I'm old and can't bear part. I won't send you off. You can go on your own." "Master, take care," Fengjiu said, then left with Xianyuan Mose with Hao. They went back to their cave and simply packed up. The group went to the grassy area. Xianyuan Mose formed a seal with his hands and drew in the air. A whirlpool appeared. "Let's go." He looked at Lung Hua and the others, motioning for them to go in first. Lung Hua and Lung Shuang went in first, followed by Hui Lang and Ing Yi. Fengjiu carried Hao and Xianyuan Mose into the whirlpool together. With a flash of light, the whirlpool disappeared. Along with them, they also disappeared from Dan Wang's valley. In the evening, a purple gold spirit deer carriage sped along the mountain path. It was so fast that it looked like it was flying. However, although the purple gold spirit deer could fly, they didn't fly into the air. Instead, they ran on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Lung Hua and Lung Shuang sat in the front, driving the purple gold spirit deer carriage. In the dark, Hui Lang and Ing Yi followed. Along the way, the cultivators automatically made way, not daring to block them. When a group of mercenaries saw the violet gold spirit deer carriage galloping towards them, some of them widened their eyes, while others gasped. Only the leader of the mercenaries suddenly came back to his senses. He quickly shouted in a low voice and ordered them to make way. After the spirit deer carriage flew past them, a mercenary asked, "Captain, those two are purple gold spirit deer, right? Am I seeing things? Is that really the purple gold spirit deer?" "Purple gold spirit deer? Using the purple gold spirit deer to pull the carriage? Who is the person sitting inside?" Purple gold spirit deer are extremely rare. It shouldn't be difficult to know the identity of the people inside the carriage. As the team members spoke, they all looked at their captain in unison. "Captain, do you know who's inside?" The mercenary leader pondered and said, "I've heard that the master of the two venerables of the Blue Star Immortal sect is Fengjiu, the ghost doctor. Back then, they offered 2 purple gold spirit deer to their master." The leader said, frowning, "It's just that the ghost Dr. Fengjiu has been missing for 5 years. There's been no news of her. How could she suddenly appear? But if it's not her, then who could it be?" They're heading towards Four Corner City. Maybe it's really the ghost Dr. Fengjiu. Now that the various sects are gathering experts to help, they're going to fight the sovereign of heaven reaching. Maybe the ghost Dr. Fengjiu heard the news and rushed back. Chapter 33:30. While they were discussing, the spirit deer carriage had already disappeared without a trace. Even the dust that was kicked up along the way gradually dissipated the next morning. When Fengjiu's purple gold spirit deer carriage appeared in Four Corner City, almost all the family clans in Four Corner City were shocked. What? Purple gold spirit deer carriage? Could it be? Could it be that the ghost Dr. Fungio and the others have returned? Quick, send people to ask around. See if they've returned. Every family and faction sent people out to ask around. After hearing the news, they could not sit still. They wanted to go check out the situation, but because they did not have any relations with the Feng Manor, they could not find a reason to visit. As a result, the Xiao family became the target of everyone's inquiries. Xiao Manor. When the head of the Xiao family heard that the purple gold spirit deer carriage had appeared in Four Corner City, his first thought was that Fengjiu and the others had returned. She couldn't sit still any longer. She got someone to prepare a gift and brought her 2 sons to pay a visit. At this time, in the Feng Manor, Du Fan and the others found out that Fengjiu had returned today. They waited outside the manor early in the morning, especially Elder Mei, who was extremely excited. He opened the gates before dawn and waited outside for them to return. "Ha, that's great. Xiao Jio and the others have finally returned. I'm really looking forward to it." Guan Shilin's clear voice came from inside the manor, as he ordered Qin Exine, "Tell the kitchen to prepare. Xiao Jio and the others will definitely want to eat when they return. Prepare some dishes that they like to eat." Qin Exine also revealed a smile and said, "Big brother Guan, don't worry. The kitchen has been busy since before dawn. We're just waiting for Master and the others to return." "Has the courtyard been tidied up?" Guan Shilin worriedly asked. "It's already been tidied up. We can move in at any time," Qin Xin said. "Then that's good. Let's go. We'll go outside and wait for them," Guan Shilin said as he walked outside. Luo Yu and the others craned their necks and waited at the gate. When they saw the familiar purple gold spirit deer carriage slowly approaching, they immediately smiled happily. "It's here, it's here. Master and the others are here." The crowd gathered outside the mansion. Even some other people were watching from a distance. Their eyes fell on the spirit deer carriage. Only when the spirit deer carriage stopped did they start to whisper. "They've been gone for 5 years. I didn't expect them to come back. Yes, I thought they wouldn't come back. I didn't expect this. It's just that 5 years have passed. I wonder if their strength has become stronger? That's for sure. It's just that we don't know how strong they are." As these people were talking in low voices, they saw Lung Shuang and Lung Hua, who were sitting in front of the spirit deer carriage, getting off the carriage first. Everyone in front of the mansion's gate went up to greet them. "Lung Hua, you're finally back. Lung Shuang, I haven't seen you in 5 years. You haven't changed at all," Du Fan and the others said happily. After greeting the 2 of them, they looked at the carriage. At this time, Lung Hua and Lung Shuang nodded to the crowd and lifted the curtain of the carriage. "Yama Lord, Master, we've arrived at the gate." After the curtain of the carriage was lifted, everyone immediately saluted respectfully. "Yama Lord, Master." In the carriage, the 3 people sitting inside looked outside. Xinyuan Mose got up and walked out first. Then he stood beside the carriage and held Fengjiu's hand. As for Hao he was carried down by Lung Shuang. Chapter 33-31. "Master!" Du Fan and the others couldn't help but call out again. They were very excited. "Xiao Jio." Guan Shilin walked over from behind and looked at them happily. "Xiao Jiomo's long time no see. Brother." Fengjiu was happy to see him. "Brother, when did you come? Are you the only one here?" "I've been here for a while. I'm the only one here. Come, let's go inside and talk." As Guan Shilin spoke, he looked at Xinyuan Mose and couldn't help but reach out and pat him on the shoulder. It seems that the past 5 years have been very exciting. Although he couldn't see their strength, he could clearly feel that they were much stronger than before. Xinyuan Mo smiled and said, "Not bad. Little Hao don't you recognize me?" Guan Shilin came in front of Hao and reached out to pick him up. "The little guy is already so big. Hao call uncle." Fengjiu smiled and looked at Hao, indicating for him to call him uncle. "Uncle," Hao called out obediently. "Good boy." Guan Shilin rubbed his head and said with a smile. Hao blinked and looked at Guan Shilin curiously. Seeing that he didn't look like his beautiful mother at all, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Uncle, why do you look different from my mother?" His mother was so beautiful, but his uncle looked... he seemed to be too strong. Was it because he ate too much? "Because we're sworn siblings. Naturally, we look different," Guan Shilin said with a smile as he carried him inside. When Hao heard this, his heart skipped a beat. No one knew what he was thinking, but his eyes kept moving between his uncle and his mother. The more he thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. They were not blood-related siblings, just like him. They were not blood-related children, but Mother treated him very well, as if he was her own child. Uncle was the same. He was not Mother's blood-related elder brother, but Mother treated him like a blood-related elder brother. As if he had figured something out, the little guy grinned. "Uncle, have you seen Howard before?" "Yes, when you were little, I even carried you," Guan Shilin said as they walked into the hall. Xinyuan Mose and Fengjiu went to the main seats and sat down. Everyone else also sat down on the left and right. The servants walked back and forth, serving them tea and pastries before leaving. "Ya my lord, Miss Little Master." Elder May walked forward and bowed to them, but his eyes were fixed on Howard. Seeing him, Xinyuan Mose didn't say anything. He just picked up his tea and took a sip. Feng Jiu pursed his lips and smiled. Howard looked at him strangely. When he saw his bald head, he seemed to have thought of something, and the smile on his face disappeared. He sat quietly in Feng Jiu's arms. "Elder May, it's been 5 years. I thought you would leave. I didn't expect you to be waiting here." Feng Jiu sighed softly, and his eyes fell on Elder May. 5 years ago, she felt that his cultivation was unfathomable. 5 years later, his cultivation had stagnated. Now, they could see through other people's cultivation with just a glance. This kind of strength and cultivation was the result of their 5 years of cultivation. Elder May heard this and lowered his head. "I've been waiting for Miss and Little Master to come back." Chapter 33-32. Her gaze fell on Du Fan's group. She saw that their cultivation levels had also increased. However, compared to Lung Hua's group, they could no longer compare. Thinking of how Lung Hua's group had been cultivating in Danwang Valley for the past few years, her gaze changed slightly. Looking at Du Fan's group, she said, "It's been hard on you these past few years." "Master, it's not been hard on us." Du Fan's group stood up and smiled as they spoke. Looking at Lung Hua's group, their eyes carried a trace of envy. "It's just that 5 years have passed, and our strength is no longer as strong as Lung Hua's group. Originally, their strength was about the same. Now, Lung Hua's strength was greater than theirs. They had also stayed in Danwang Valley. Thinking about it, they had not been idle for a single moment over the past 5 years. Hearing this, Feng Jiu smiled and said, "Take it slow. There's no need to rush. Your strength will not stop here." In the Feng Manor's main hall, everyone was chatting. It was at this time that the sun in the sky seemed to be covered by something. At the same time, a deep and powerful voice came from the sky. "Xinyuan Mose, Feng Jiu, it's been 5 years. I never thought that you would dare to return." The voice was like thunder as it spread through the sky above Four Corner City. Every word carried a powerful pressure, causing the citizens of Four Corner City below to cover their heads and hide in all directions. Because the voice in the sky was like thunder, all of Four Corner City was in a state of panic. Because the sun was covered by dark clouds, the sky became dark, causing people to feel fear. "Oh no, it must be that Sovereign Tong Tian knows that Feng Jiu's group has returned. I never thought that after 5 years, that Sovereign Tong Tian would still keep an eye on the Feng Manor. But why was there no movement when people moved in a while ago? Today, Feng Jiu's group just came back, and he found out. I just knew it. Feng Jiu's group offended that Sovereign Tong Tian. He definitely won't let the matter rest. Look, as soon as they returned, Sovereign Tong Tian immediately knew. 5 years ago, he let them escape. Today, 5 years later, he definitely won't give them another chance to escape. This time, it looks like Feng Jiu and the others won't be able to escape. The people of the various families and forces in Four Corner City gathered their spirit power and set up a defensive barrier to block the pressure and ear-splitting sound coming from the sky. Their hearts were beating like drums. Regarding Feng Jiu's return, Sifang City was helpless. If she had not returned, perhaps Sovereign Tong Tian would not have targeted them, and they would not have been affected. He was afraid that if they fought, they would bring disaster to the people of Four Corner City. At this time, Almost at the same time that the voice in the sky spread, the people of the Blue Star Immortal sect, which was not very far from Four Corner City, also knew that Fengjiu and Xianyuan Mose, who had disappeared for 5 years, had returned. However, what they did not expect was that the sovereign Tong Tian would find out about their return after being gone for 5 years. On one hand, they were worried about Fengjiu and Xianyuan Mose, and, on the other hand, they were shocked by the sovereign Tong Tian's news. It seemed that the sovereign Tong Tian was very clear about the movements of the various large sections. However, he had not made a move. Perhaps it was because he did not put them in his eyes. Chapter 33:33. In other words, the sovereign of the sky-reaching sect had never taken him seriously. To be able to look down on them, it was obvious that he had the power to completely crush them. This knowledge caused their hearts to become abnormally heavy. Master and the others have returned. Within the sect, CK and Mu Xin quickly walked out of the cave and looked up at the sky covered by dark clouds. They were just discussing matters when they heard a voice come from the sky. That was the sovereign of the sky-reaching sect's voice. In other words, their master had returned. Let's quickly go to Four Corner City's Feng Manor to take a look. As CK spoke, she looked at Mu Xin. Let's go. Mu Xin replied. Her figure flashed, and she was already moving forward. Seeing this, CK also quickly followed. The sovereign of the sky-reaching sect knew about their master's return. It could be seen that compared to the experts gathered in their sect, the sovereign of the sky-reaching sect viewed their master as a bigger thorn in his side. Who knew how strong they had become after not seeing them for 5 years? No matter what, they still had to quickly rush to Four Corner City to meet up with their master. At the same time, Fengjiu and Xianyuan Mose in the Feng Manor heard the voice coming from the sky. The two of them stood up and handed out over to Long Shuang to take care of before walking out. Looking up at the sky, they saw that the sun was covered by dark clouds. The dark clouds in the sky stirred like an evil dragon swinging its tail, creating a terrifying whirlwind. As the dark clouds swirled, the faint sound of thunder could be heard. At the same time, because of the sovereign of the sky-reaching sect's voice and the pressure he released, a powerful and intimidating pressure descended on their manor like Mount Tai. It made them feel a sense of oppression and suffocation. Xianyuan Mose saw that the pressure from above was pressing down on their manor. At that moment, his hands formed a barrier in front of him. A powerful spiritual aura surged from his hands, and a visible spiritual aura rose up with a faint layer of green light. It formed a protective barrier that protected the Feng Manor within the barrier. At the same time, he called out in a low voice, "Green Dragon." The deep voice sounded as if it came from ancient times. A powerful pressure with a sharp aura soared into the sky. There was a flash of green light, followed by the roar of a dragon. Roar! The green dragon soared into the sky and opened its mouth, blowing away the dark clouds that were blocking the sun. With a wave of its tail, it slapped towards the wind and clouds. With a loud bang, the wind and clouds were blown away, disappearing into the air. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and the fierce winds died down. It was as if Sovereign Tong Tian, who was hiding in the clouds above, had also calmed down for a while. There was no movement for a long while. Just when everyone below thought that the crisis was over, they heard Sovereign Tong Tian's incredulous voice again. "You're already a godly king." In the sky, the sovereign of the sky-reaching sect had left a sliver of his divine sense hidden in the clouds. Because it was only a sliver of his divine sense, even if it was scattered, it wouldn't affect him. However, he never would have thought that Xianyuan Mose, who had just advanced 5 years ago, would actually break through and become a godly king. Chapter 33:34. Sovereign Tong Tian's voice rang out from the sky, and it contained a powerful aura of spiritual energy. Therefore, when he spoke, it could be said that the entire Four Corner City, and even the cultivators from the Blue Star Immortal sect, heard him. A godly king expert. These 4 words exploded in everyone's hearts like thunder. The cultivators who originally thought that even if Xianyuan Mose and Fengjiu worked together, they would not be a match for Sovereign Tong Tian felt their minds go blank when they heard these words. The shock in their hearts was like a waterfall crashing down from a high mountain, creating waves in their hearts and causing countless splashes. They were unable to calm down for a long time. In the Feng manor, Elder May could not help but widen his eyes in shock when he heard the words from above. That Yama Lord was already a godly king expert? Hiss! How is this possible? What had they done in the past 5 years to obtain such an inconceivable cultivation? In the sky, the black-robed Xinyuan Mose stood on the head of the azure dragon with his hands behind his back. He looked at the clouds with a deep gaze, and a deep voice rang out from his mouth with the pressure of a godly king expert. Both times we fought, you hid your head and showed your tail. Now that this sovereign is here, do you dare to come out and fight me? Hearing the challenge, everyone in Four Corner City held their breaths. He actually issued a challenge to Sovereign Tong Tian? Well, he was already in existence on the same level as Sovereign Tong Tian. Why would he not dare to fight him? However, would Sovereign Tong Tian accept his challenge? Would he dare to accept his challenge? It had to be said that at this moment, not only were the people in Four Corner City nervous, but even the various experts who had gathered at the Blue Star Immortal sect felt their hearts thump loudly. They were so nervous that they could not breathe. If Sovereign Tong Tian accepted Xinyuan Mose's challenge, it would mean that they had nothing to do. No matter who won or lost, after an intense battle, this place would be peaceful for a short period of time. However, now that Xinyuan Mose's strength was at the level of a divine king, would Sovereign Tong Tian accept a challenge? The skies seemed to have quieted down for a moment. The atmosphere in the air became more and more gloomy, like the low pressure before a storm. That suffocating atmosphere was very frightening. Ah! Wild and wanton laughter came from the depths of the clouds. The sound shook the air, and even the ground shook slightly. How many years has it been since someone dared to speak to me like this? Just based on the fact that you, a brat who just entered the divine king level, dared to be this arrogant? Good. This monarch accepts your challenge. This monarch wants to see if you still have the guts to speak such arrogant words when you see this monarch's true body. The voice was gloomy and filled with hostility. His words were filled with viciousness. Clearly, although he was surprised that Xinyuan Mose had managed to break through to the divine king level in the past 5 years, he also felt that even though the other party was a divine king, he could not be mentioned in the same breath as him. Hence, at the moment when his authority was being challenged, he gloomily accepted Xinyuan Mose's challenge. Since he was looking forward to a battle with his true body, why not grant him his wish? Chapter 33-35. Hearing Xinyuan Mose's voice, the sovereign of Tong Tian heavily harumphed from the depths of the clouds. Good. 1 month later, at the peak of Shao Mountain, this sovereign will take your head. His voice reverberated in the air until it disappeared completely. The pressure that the sovereign of Tong Tian had released also disappeared after his divine sense disappeared. In the sky, Xinyuan Mose descended from the sky on an azure dragon and arrived above the Feng manor. With a wave of his sleeve, the barrier protecting the Feng manor was immediately removed. An azure light circled around the Feng manor once before returning to Xinyuan Mose's body. At the same time, he arrived beside Fengjiu. Fengjiu held his hand and looked at Leng Hua and Du Fan. You two take care of the manor's matters. He believed that it wouldn't be long before the Feng manor would be bustling with people again. Yes. The two of them responded and dismissed the crowd. At this time, Fengjiu, Xinyuan Mose, and Guan Shilin were sitting in the hall. Just as they were talking, they heard that the Shao family had arrived. Because of CK and his relationship with the Shao family, Fengjiu thought for a bit, then waved his sleeve and took out a few spirit fruits from his space. Leng Hua, Master. Leng Hua walked in from outside. Take these spirit fruits and give them to the Shao family. Yes. Leng Hua replied and took the spirit fruits. He put them on a tray and walked outside. Du Fan and the Shao family's head were talking outside. After the Shao family's head handed over the things, he said, "Then I'll be going back first. If there's anything else you need, just let me know." Patriarch Shao, you're exaggerating. Du Fan smiled and said, "Let me send you off." As he spoke, he made a gesture of invitation. Lung Hua came from not far away. Seeing that Du Fan was going to send him out, he called out, "Patriarch Shao, please wait." The two people in front stopped and looked back. When they saw that it was Lung Hua, Master Shao hurriedly bowed respectfully. "Butler Lung, Shao family head, these are a few spirit fruits for my master," Lung Hua said with a smile. He handed the tray over and lifted the red cloth on it. Under the surprised gaze of the Shao family head, he said, "This fruit is a longevity fruit. It blossoms every 500 years and bears fruit every 500 years. It can increase one's lifespan and cultivation." Hearing those words, the Shao family's master was pleasantly surprised. Of course, he had heard of the longevity fruit before. That fruit was extremely precious, and every single one of them was priceless. Yet, there were actually 4 of them on the tray, and they were even gifted to him. How could he not be pleasantly surprised? "Thank you, Miss Fong. Thank you." He extended his trembling hands and received the fruits. He could not hide the excitement in his heart. This was not only because of the fruits. It was also because after all these years, he had finally made Fengjiu remember him and the Shao family. "Send Master Shao off," Lung Hua said to Du Fan. After nodding at Master Shao, he turned around and left. "Master Shao, please," Du Fan said with a smile. "Yes, yes." He hurriedly and carefully put away the 4 fruits. Only then did he follow Du Fan out of the Feng Manor and towards the Shao family. Not long after Master Shao left, 2 figures appeared in the sky. Not long after, they arrived outside the Feng Manor's gates. Du Fan, who was about to turn around and leave, smiled when he saw the 2. "Sovereign CK, Sovereign Mu Xian, we're here to see Master." The 2 looked at Du Fan and said. Chapter 33-36. In the hall, Guan Shilin looked at Xinyuan Mose and asked, "You issued a challenge to the sovereign of the Skirich sect and agreed to meet at the peak of Mount E. How confident are you in defeating him?" Just as the sovereign of the Skirich sect had said, Xinyuan Mose had just entered the Divine King realm, while the sovereign of the Skirich sect had advanced many years ago. Guan Shilin had to admit that he was a little worried about the 2 of them fighting. This was a battle to the death. The slightest carelessness could cost one's life. Xinyuan Mose lifted his teacup and took a sip of tea. He said unhurriedly in a low voice, 70%. "Brother, don't worry. We'll have to face this battle sooner or later. Mose and I plan to prepare for our wedding once this matter is settled." Fengjiu's gaze fell on Xinyuan Mose as he spoke. She hadn't even made a move when the sovereign of the Skirich sect had appeared today, because she believed that Moses' current cultivation level was enough for him to face the sovereign of the Skirich sect. Moreover, it had only been a wisp of the sovereign of the Skirich sect's consciousness that had appeared today. No one would dare to provoke them in the upcoming battle in a month's time. "Master, Supremacy CK and the others are here." Lung Hua's voice rang out from outside the hall. "Let them in," Fengjiu said as he looked at the 2 people walking in. "Greetings, masters." CK and Mu Xian bowed respectfully. "Have a seat." Fengjiu gestured. He looked at the 2 of them and asked, "Why are you here?" "We saw the sovereign of the Skirich sect and wanted to rush over to take a look," CK said as he looked at Xinyuan Mose and Fengjiu. He asked, "Master, are you all well?" Fengjiu smiled and said, "If we weren't well, we wouldn't be sitting here to see you." CK smiled sheepishly when he heard this. He knew it was unnecessary to ask this question. Master Xinyuan and Sovereign of the Skirich sect are going to fight at the peak of Mount E. Do you need us to prepare anything? Mu Xian asked. Mount E had a steep terrain and its peak so high that it seemed to reach the clouds. He was a little surprised that they would choose such a place for the battle. The steeper the terrain, the more careful one had to be during a battle. I've heard that your sect has gathered cultivators from all over the world to fight against Sovereign of the sect? Xinyuan Moses' deep eyes as he asked, his dark eyes on Mu. Yes, this is the countermeasure that the suzerains of the other sects have discussed. The original plan of each sect was like this. Mu Xian simply told them about the plan of the other suzerains. Finally, he said, therefore, I asked Master, should we let them all cultivate in Mount G? To be to the Mount sect to the Mount sect. of the other cultivators' mount of the sect, Inzas. Xinyuan Mose said slowly, when the God Kings fight, the pressure will spread and harm the weaker cultivators. If they want to go, they can only go to the foot of the mountain. Yes, I'll report this to the sect master and ask him to make the arrangements, Mu Xian replied. I haven't introduced you yet. This is my older brother, Guan Shilin. Feng Jiu looked at Guan Shilin and smiled. Brother, these are my and Zay's disciples, CK and Mu Xian. Guan Shilin nodded. He had been looking at the two of them since he came here. He had heard about the two of them and felt that they were quite pleasing to the eye. Chapter 33-37. You don't have to be so courteous. Guan Shilin said with a smile. My sister is your master, but I'm not. You could just be friends with me. Hearing this, CK and Mu Xian looked at each other. They were just thinking about how they should address him. Now that he heard him say this, his heart relaxed. He cupped his hands and said, Thank you for not abandoning us. Brother Guan, let's call each other brothers. Brother CK, Brother Mu. Guan Shilin cupped his hands in return and invited them to sit down. They chatted in the hall for a while. After a while, Lung Hua came in. Master, the kitchen has prepared some food and wine. Would you like to eat now? Okay. Feng Jiu nodded. CK and Mu Xian stood up and said, Master, we have to go back to the Shao family. Now that there's nothing else to do here, we'll take our leave. Don't you want to stay for dinner? Feng Jiu looked at them. No. They shook their heads. They knew that they had just come back and needed to gather, so they didn't want to disturb them. Let me see you out. Guan Shilin stood up and said to Feng Jiu and Xinyuan Mose, I'll see them out. With this, he gestured to CK and Mu Xian to leave. The two bowed slightly and walked out with Guan Shilin. On the way, the three chatted for a while. After they left, Guan Shilin turned around and walked in. Du Fan, tell the servants to put the food and wine in the shade under the tree over there. Guan Shilin pointed to a tree in the front yard and said with a smile, Let's gather and eat something. Let them rest first. Okay. Du Fan responded and ordered the servants to prepare. Just as he was about to go to the kitchen to see how things were going, he saw a figure come in through the door. Old Jiang? Du Fan looked at him in surprise. He turned around and walked towards him. Why are you here? This old Jiang was the old man who had come to ask for the rank 6 origin-breaking pill. Back then, his master had him gather medicinal ingredients to exchange for a rank 6 pill. Later on, his master left, and this matter was left to him to handle. It was also because of this that when Elder Jiang gathered the medicinal ingredients and could not find anyone in the Feng Manor, he, who had received the news, contacted him. Later on, after examining the medicinal ingredients, he gave him a rank 6 origin-breaking pill. Ever since that incident, he hadn't appeared in front of them for a long time. They didn't expect him to come today. He probably heard the news of Master's return, so he came to take a look. Manager Du, when Elder Jiang saw him, he hurriedly cupped his hands and bowed, saying, I heard that the ghost doctor has returned, so I came specially to thank her. As he spoke, he added, I have been traveling outside recently and obtained a precious spirit medicine, so I wanted to give it to the ghost doctor. Hearing this, Du Fan smiled and said, Since it's like this, then please come in. He gestured for him to come in and brought him to the front yard. Feng Jiu, Xinyuan Mose, and Guan Shilin were sitting under a tree in the yard. Lung Shuang brought her over. Qin Xian was also waiting on the side. Master, Elder Jiang said he wanted to personally come and thank you, so I invited him in. Du Fan said with a smile and turned his head slightly to look at Elder Jiang. Chapter 33-38. Seeing him, Feng Jiu didn't immediately recall who he was. It wasn't until he said those words that she remembered that he was the person who had asked for the dam back then. Her gaze swept over him, and she smiled. That 6th level Dan of the origin was exchanged with your spiritual medicine. There's no need to thank me. It's just an equal exchange. No, it was because of the ghost doctor's Dan that changed me. If it wasn't for that Dan back then, I wouldn't be alive to see the ghost doctor right now. As he spoke, he took out an item from his space and handed it to Du Fan, saying, I know that the ghost doctor likes rare and precious spiritual medicines. I obtained this when I was traveling outside. Please accept it. Du Fan placed the item on the table and retreated to the side. Feng Jiu raised her eyebrows after hearing this, but didn't open the jade box. Instead, she looked at Elder Jiang and said, "The Danbak then was exchanged with your spiritual medicine. If I accept your spiritual medicine now, it's a little. The ghost doctor's kindness in saving my life. How could it be repaid with a mere spiritual medicine on a list? I asked the ghost doctor to accept this spiritual medicine. I'm someone who doesn't understand alchemy. This spiritual medicine would be a waste if left with me. Only the ghost doctor can make use of its full potential." As he spoke, he bowed towards them, saying, "I came today to personally thank the ghost doctor. I'll take my leave first." As he spoke, he didn't wait for Feng Jiu to say anything, and hurriedly left, as if he was afraid that she wouldn't accept the spiritual medicine. Seeing him leave in a hurry, Feng Jiu couldn't help but smile. She opened the jade box, saying, "What kind of spiritual medicine is it?" When she saw the spiritual medicine inside the jade box, her eyes couldn't help but shrink. "It's actually a life-saving immortal herb." Guan Shilin took a look and asked in astonishment, "Life-saving immortal herb? Used to save lives?" He didn't understand spiritual medicine and didn't know what it was used for. Feng Jiu smiled and picked up the life-saving immortal herb from the box. "This is indeed a life-saving immortal herb. It's very precious and can only be found by chance." What was even rarer was that due to the maintenance of the jade box, this life-saving immortal herb was still verdant and green. There was even a small lump of black soil wrapped around its roots. In other words, she could plant this spiritual herb in her space, and in the future, it would be able to display its greatest medicinal effects. With a turn of her hand, she planted the immortal herb into the medicinal field in her spatial space. Then, she put away the jade box and said, "This Elder Jiang has given me something good. That old man was right. No matter how precious an elixir is, only in your hands will it be able to unleash its full potential." Guan Shilin said with a smile. He poured them a glass of wine and said to Qin Xian, "Go and ask the kitchen staff to serve the dishes first." "Yes." Qin Xian responded and turned to leave. "Mother, how?" Came to Feng Jiu's side and leaned into his mother's embrace. "How, have a good rest today. Mother will take you out to play tomorrow." She picked him up and let him sit on her lap. Xin Yuan Mose glanced at them, then looked at Hao and said, "Hao, you're a boy and you're already so big. How can you let your mother carry you all the time? Sit by yourself." Chapter 33-39. Feng Jiu glanced at Xin Yuan Mose. She felt that he was too strict with Hao. He was just a child. It was nothing. However, since he had already said so, she didn't say anything more. She just smiled and carried Hao to a chair at the side. "Then Hao will sit here. Mother will help you get some food later." When Hao heard this, he immediately smiled happily. Yes, Hao will help Mother get some food too." Hao is so obedient. Feng Jiu touched his delicate little face and praised. Not far away, Elder Mei, who was helping to bring the dishes over, saw this scene and felt a little sour in his heart. The little master grew up by the side of the ghost doctor and Yama Lord, and was as close as a family to them. He wondered if he would be unwilling to be close to his biological parents in the future when he met them. He had already sent a message to his master. He wondered when they would come down to take a look. Thinking of this, he put away his thoughts and walked forward with a smile. "The dishes are here. The dishes are here. They're piping hot. They've just been prepared." He placed the dishes on the table. The servants also brought the dishes over. Not long after, the table in the courtyard was filled with dishes and wine. Everyone also sat down. "This toast is to everyone." Feng Jiu held the wine cup and gestured to everyone. She drank in one gulp. Everyone also stood up and raised their cups to return the toast. As they drank, everyone started chatting. They all talked about what happened in the past 5 years. There were fewer people sitting at Feng Jiu's table. At this moment, Hao was picking up a piece of meat and putting it in Feng Jiu's bowl. "Mother, eat." Hao is so obedient. Feng Jiu smiled and patted his head. She also picked up a piece of meat for him and said, "Hao, eat more so that your body will grow." Yes. Hao replied. He took 2 mouthfuls of food and looked at Xin Yuan Mose and Guan Shilin. Thus, the little guy also picked up some food for them. "Father, eat." Uncle meat. Xinyuan Mose saw him reach his hand over, so he picked up the bowl and took the food. Only then did he say, "And sit down and eat. Little Hao you're much more obedient than the little rascal at Uncle's house," Guan Shilin said with a smile. He picked up his bowl and took the food that Hao put in his bowl. At the same time, he also gave him a drumstick. Hearing this, Hao blinked. Uncle has a rascal in his family? Fengjiu also looked at him and asked with a smile, "Brother, I haven't asked you yet. How many children do you have now?" He and Yi Jing had been married for several years. If they had one child each year, looking at Fengjiu's expression, Guan Shilin knew what she was thinking. He coughed lightly and said with a smile, "Look at what you're asking. What do you mean by how many children we have now? Your sister-in-law and I only have one son now. He's only 4 years old, and he's always so naughty." Fengjiu could not help but laugh. "Only one? I thought you would have 2 or 3. We were thinking of waiting for the child to grow up and have another one. We can't take care of one." Guan Shilin grinned. Thinking of his wife and son at home, the happy smile on his face naturally overflowed. Xinyuan Mose, who was listening at the side, had a slightly deep look in his eyes. Especially when Fengjiu said that he thought Guan Shilin would have 2 or 3 children, he could not help but think, when he and Jiu get married in the future, would they have 2 children in 3 years? Or 3 in 4 years? Or would they only have 1 child and wait for the child to grow up? Chapter 3340. As Fengjiu and Guan Shilin spoke, they seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly, they looked at Xinyuan Mose and asked, "When we get married, will we get married here, or will we go back?" Hearing this, Xinyuan Mose smiled and said, "Do you want to go back, or do you want to do it here? What did you originally plan to do?" Fengjiu looked at him and asked, "I originally want to hold a grand wedding here and bring my parents and relatives over. However, we can also go back to the Phoenix Dynasty. You can also get married from home. It depends on what you like." As Xinyuan Mo spoke, he thought to himself that when they got married, there were still many things that needed to be taken care of. Even after the battle with the sovereign of Tongtian was over, there were still many things that needed to be taken care of, especially since he had to personally prepare the betrothal gifts for her. He wanted the wedding to be grand, so there were even more things that needed to be prepared. As for where they would get married, he felt that the most important thing was still her decision. Hearing this, Fengjiu's heart warmed. She smiled until her eyes narrowed and her face was filled with joy. It's too far to bring them over. Also, they're already used to a peaceful life. Rather than rushing all the way, why don't we go back and get married? I'll get married from home. That's even better. After all, that was where she grew up. Getting married from the Phoenix Dynasty's Feng Manor was the most suitable place. Hearing this, Xinyuan Mose nodded. All right, we'll do as you say. After the battle at Shao Mountain is over, we'll have someone pick an auspicious day. She replied with a smile. Come. Let's eat. Guan Shilin laughed loudly. Thinking that they were finally going to pick a day to get married, he was very happy. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, he ordered the servants in the manor to pack their things. Aside from Du Fan and the others, Feng Jiu and the others went to rest first. The next morning, in the Feng Manor, Hao blinked and looked at the tattered beggar's clothes. He tilted his head and asked his mother, Mother, why do we have to dress like this when we go out to play? Because his mother promised him yesterday that she would take him out to play today, he got up early and picked out his favorite set of clothes. However, when he arrived at his mother's place, the clean clothes on his body were taken off and changed into the ragged clothes of a beggar that had been washed until it was white. He was only 5 or 6 years old, so he couldn't help but wonder, did Dan Wang have to dress like this when he went shopping outside the valley? Feng Jiu helped him put on his clothes and messed up his neatly combed hair. Then, he put on some simple makeup on his fair and delicate face. His fair skin became dark, and the simple makeup made it impossible to see his original appearance. That's about it. Feng Jiu nodded with satisfaction. Mother, how do I go shopping like this? How? Blinked and looked at her in confusion. Feng Jiu's lips curled into a smile as she said, Mother will take you shopping and out to play. We're not going to sit in a spirit deer carriage and go out dressed to the nines. She reached out and gently flicked his forehead as she said, You're new to the world. Mother will teach you how to see the world. Howard didn't really understand, but he knew that his mother wouldn't harm him. Thus, he listened to her and did as she said. Chapter 33:41. Xiaojiu, why did you make Howard look like a little beggar? You're not thinking of letting him go out like this, are you? Guan Shilin walked in, took a chair, and sat at the side. Seeing Hao Er's confused look, he couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. Although Hao Er was smart, a 5- or 6-year-old child like him probably wouldn't be able to take it after a while. Uncle, Hao Er called out and then looked at his mother. Feng Jiu patted Hao Er's messy hair, smiled, and said to Guan Shilin, only by letting him be at the lowest level can he see things that those at the top can't. Training has to start from a young age. Hao Er has been with us for all these years, and Zhe Ku and I have not spoiled him. I think he should get used to it very quickly. As she spoke, she squatted down and looked at Hao Er, saying, Hao Er, Mother wants to see if you can survive by yourself when you're alone. So, I'll give you 10 days. In these 10 days, you can't use anything in your space. The only thing you can use is the dagger tied to your calf. You have to find a way to survive without anything. You have to learn how to resolve crises by yourself. You have to find food to fill your stomach. But remember one thing, if you have good intentions, you can't do evil. In these 10 days, you have to live by yourself in Sifong City. You can't tell anyone that you're my son. You can only exist as a little beggar. You can only come home after 10 days. Can you do it? Feng Jiu looked at the stunned Hao Er and asked softly. Hearing her words, Hao Er thought for a moment and nodded. Yes, Hao Er can do it. He thought that 10 days should not be difficult. It could only be said that the little guy had never tried living alone and thought too simply of things. Okay, then Mother will have someone send you out. She touched his head and smiled, then called out to the outside, Leng Hua, Master. Leng Hua walked in from outside. Send Hao out of the residence, find a place to put him down, and come back. Feng Jiu ordered. Yes. Leng Hua responded. He went forward to pick up Hao Er and walked out. At this moment, Hao Er, who was being carried, seemed to have just regained his senses. He couldn't help but ask, Mother, what if Hao Er misses you? Feng Jiu smiles faintly. Then just keep in your heart. When you come back, Mother will prepare something delicious for you. All right, he replied with a smile and allowed Leng Hua to carry him away, silently leaving the Feng manor. Guan Shilin was stunned as he watched the child being sent out of the residence. He said, Xiaojiu, are you really not worried about letting a child like him stay outside for 10 days? Nothing will happen, right? Feng Jiu walked out and stood in the courtyard, saying, I already had Luo you secretly follow him. In these 10 days, with him watching over him, nothing will happen. As she spoke, she sighed, Brother, Hao Er's background is not simple. The dangers he will face in the future will not be any less than if he were by our side. There will come a day when he will return to his birth parent's side. If we let him go back, we won't be by his side to protect him. We can only teach him how to recognize people and adapt accordingly. Only like this can he survive the dangers in the future. Chapter 33:42. Brother, I haven't sparred with you in a long time. Let's go to the back of the mountain, shall we? Feng Jiu said with a smile. Sparring with you? Guan Shilin shook his head and said with a smile, You are now a godly king expert. Wouldn't I be looking for trouble if I fought with you? No. I originally wanted to accompany you out for a walk. Since you've sent Hao Er out, I'll go find Du Fan and the others to spar with. As he spoke, he walked out. If you want to spar, go spar with Mo Zhe. You'll be evenly matched if you two spar. Seeing Guan Shilin leave the courtyard in the blink of an eye, Feng Jiu couldn't help but shake her head and laugh. Really, even if it's just sparring, I won't go all out. As she spoke, she walked out, planning to talk to Elder May about Hao Er. On the other side, in an alley in Four Corner City, Leng Hua put Hao Er down and said, I'll leave you here. Your mother wants you to train in Four Corner City. For the next 10 days, you'll stay in this city. As for where you stay, that's up to you. Leng Hua looked at Hao Er, who was blinking at him. He paused for a moment, then took out 2 steamed buns wrapped in paper from his space and put them in his hands. He said gently, You haven't eaten anything this morning, right? Have a steamed bun to fill your stomach first. As for your next meal, you'll have to figure it out yourself. Thank you, Uncle Hua. He took the steamed bun and thanked him. Then I'll go now. Be careful and don't trust strangers so easily. Lung Hua patted his head and left in a flash. After he left, he was the only one left in the alley with 2 steamed buns. He thought for a moment, then walked to the side and sat down. He picked up one of the steamed buns and ate it, then put the other one away and stuffed it into his clothes. He ate the steamed buns without water or porridge. This made it difficult for him, who was used to eating good food, to swallow. The more he ate, the slower he became. In the end, he took the remaining half of the steamed bun and walked out of the alley. Steamed buns. Freshly baked steamed meat buns. How? Er's eyes lit up when he heard the hawker's voice. Meat bun? Meat buns were much more delicious than steamed buns. There was meat inside the meat buns. Unknowingly, he walked with his short legs to the stall selling meat buns. Looking at the steaming meat buns on the rack, he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He had just come out. So why do the meat buns smell so fragrant? Could it be that the things outside the mansion were more fragrant? Go, go, go. Where did this little beggar come from? Go, go, go. Don't get in the way of my business this early in the morning. When the peddler saw a dirty little beggar standing in front of him, he immediately came forward to chase him away. Howard was pushed aside by him. He stood in the corner and watched. He saw the fierce-looking hawker greet the customers who came forward to buy buns with a smile in the blink of an eye. Although he was young, he was smart. Moreover, he had learned a lot from Feng Jiu and Xin Yuan Mo's. When he saw the difference in treatment between the hawker's front and back, he instantly understood the crux of the matter. He was a little beggar. He couldn't afford to buy the meat buns, so there was no profit for the hawker. Therefore, he treated them with a nasty face. The hawker greeted the customers with a smile because they bought his buns and he could make money. That was why he was so polite to them. Chapter 33:43. Would it be fine as long as he didn't starve and could survive for the next 10 days? If that was the case, it shouldn't be difficult, right? After thinking about it, he walked along the main street. After living in the valley for a few years, it was his first time walking the main street in the city. Everywhere looked new and interesting. However, as soon as he approached the places where people were doing business, he was chased away. Perhaps it was because he was young, a little beggar, and a little beggar who wandered around the city alone. Therefore, 2 men in the streets and alleys of the city had their eyes on him. Seeing the little beggar walk past in front of them, the 2 men signaled with their eyes and quietly followed him. Howard, who was still looking at the interesting things on a main street, didn't know that he was being watched until he came to a corner and a man came forward to stop him. Little brother, why are you alone? How? Stopped and looked at the shifty-looking man in front of him. He couldn't help but frown. Get out of my way. He didn't know him. Little brother, you haven't eaten yet, right? Look, I have a roasted chicken leg. Here, eat it. The man took out a chicken leg wrapped in oil paper and handed it to him. Although he hadn't eaten anything else in the morning and his stomach was growling when he smelled the aroma of the chicken leg, he still shook his head. No need, I've eaten. His mother said that one who was unaccountably solicitous was hiding evil intentions. This person must be a bad person. Instinctively, he stared at him defensively and even took a step back. However, who knew that a gunny sack would suddenly be put over him? Then, he only felt a pain in his neck and lost consciousness. Go, go, go. The 2 men saw that there was no one around the corner and immediately carried him away. A child in a gunny sack who was unconscious and motionless naturally wouldn't attract the attention of others. Even if they did, they would only think that they were carrying goods. However, Luo Yu, who was watching from the dark, saw this and a chill flashed through his eyes. He quietly followed them and wanted to see how Howard would deal with it. After all, his master had instructed him not to make a move unless it was absolutely necessary, and to let him try to solve it himself. At this time, Wang Xianhua had just arrived at Four Corner City. She, who was in the sect, had heard that Feng Jiu and the others had returned. She should have come yesterday, but she was delayed by some matters, so she came early this morning. Walking along the main street of the city, she suddenly smelled the fragrance of braised meat. She wanted to buy some braised meat and go to the Feng Manor to find Feng Jiu to drink some wine. Thus, She turned around and went in the direction of the fragrance. Putting away the braised meat she had bought into her space, she prepared to go to the Feng Manor. However, she saw a figure that could not be considered unfamiliar silently pass by. It did not startle the people on the street in the slightest. "Isn't that Xiao Jiu's man? Who is he following?" Wang Yin, Qianhua murmured softly and followed him to take a look. Luo Yu followed the two men to the slums. He concealed his aura and hid in a big tree as he watched the two men bring Hao into a dilapidated house. Suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something. A fierce look flashed across his eyes as he instantly attacked behind him. Wang Yin Qianhua was startled and instinctively raised her hand to block his attack. At the same time, she said, "It's me, Wang Yin Qianhua." When he saw the person in front of him, Luo Yu stopped his attack. He was startled and asked, "Young Miss Wang Yin, why is it you? Why are you here?" Chapter 33:44. Seeing that it was her, Luo Yu relaxed and said, "I was ordered by Master to secretly guard Little Master." He briefly told her about what his master had told him. Finally, he said, "Because the young master was captured by two men in a sack and brought here, I followed him. I didn't expect to be noticed by Miss Wang Yin. With his current cultivation, ordinary people wouldn't be able to discover him." However, when he looked at Wang Yin Qianhua in front of him and thought of the rumors about her in the past 5 years, he felt relieved. Her cultivation wasn't considered weak, so it was normal for her to be stronger than him now. Hearing Luo Yu's words, Wang Yin Qianhua chuckled. "Your master is really different from ordinary people. That child is only 5 or 6 years old, yet she is willing to let him out to suffer. Master is doing it for little master's sake." As Luo Yu spoke, his gaze shifted from her to the house in front of them. Because the house here was more dilapidated and he was standing on a high tree, he could see the scene in the house's courtyard. He stood guard here. Seeing that Wang Yin Qianhua didn't leave, he couldn't help but ask, "Miss Wang Yin, are you going to the residence?" "It's fine. It won't be too late to go after I see what a Jew's child is like." She found a place to sit down, her red dress hidden among the lush leaves. Hearing her words, Luo Yu didn't speak again. Instead, he looked at the scene in the courtyard in front of them. In the dilapidated courtyard, a man put the gunny sack on the ground. Another man beside him shouted, "Hurry up and let the little demon out, lest he suffocates to death." "Don't worry, he won't suffocate to death. This gunny sack can ventilate," the other man said disapprovingly. After catching his breath, he bent down to untie the gunny sack and drag the child out. "This brat is still unconscious." The man kicked Hao with his foot. "Bring him inside first. We'll talk when he wakes up." As the other man spoke, he picked Hao up from the ground and walked inside. Hao felt like he was thrown onto a hard bed. He didn't open his eyes and maintained his calm breathing. He listened to their conversation as they closed the door. When the room was quiet, he opened his eyes and sat up. He was captured by bad people. He blinked his eyes and pursed his lips. He wasn't worried about his situation. Instead, he was worried that if his mother and father knew that he was captured by bad people, would they be disappointed in him? Thinking of this, he started to think about it. He looked around the room. He was looking for an escape route. He estimated the strength of the two people and his chances of escaping. Escape? Could he escape? His mother had told him that he had to think twice when encountering problems. Running away was the last resort. He should not think about running away unless it was absolutely necessary. He had to learn how to solve problems. His parents had taught him a lot of things, and with his cultivation, he reckoned that as long as he was careful and not careless, he would be able to deal with those two bad guys. But he'll just wait and see. Why did they capture him and bring him here? Were they going to sell him? Thinking of this, he lay on the bed and continued to pretend to be unconscious while listening to the sounds outside. After a long time, the sounds outside gradually became lively, and from the sound of it, it seemed to be the voices of some children. Chapter 33:45. Brat! That kick wasn't light, and it hurt so much that he opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was lifted up and dragged outside. He patted that person's hand with a panicked look. "What are you doing? Let me go." "TSK. Brat, you'd better be obedient since you're in our hands. Otherwise, I'll break your legs." That man swung his hand and threw Hao to the ground. Only then did Hao see that there were 11 little beggars standing in this shabby little courtyard. Some looked 1 or 2 years older than him, and some looked even younger than him. They were all wearing tattered clothes and had messy hair. They were all thin and dry as if they could not eat their fill. At this moment, these little beggars looked at him and then curled up into a ball to look at the two men. There was a trace of cowardice and fear between their brows. Hao, who was sitting on the ground, glanced at those beggars and then looked at the two men. "Why did you capture me?" He was young and had never experienced such things. He did not know why these two men had captured him and gathered him together with these beggars. He originally thought that they wanted to sell him, but it did not seem like it. The two men glanced at him and then looked at the beggars. "Where's the money you begged today? Take it out." As he spoke, a whip appeared in his hand. Looking at that whip, fear appeared in the eyes of those little beggars. They hurriedly took out all the money in their bags. Some even took out a steam bun that they begged for and placed it in front of them. Hao looked on in confusion. Suddenly, he saw that the man with the whip suddenly whipped the youngest beggar fiercely. He scolded fiercely, "You're the least again. I think you don't want to live anymore." Whoosh! Slap! Wah! Pain, pain! Woo! Woo woo! Don't hit me, don't hit me! That little beggar curled up into a ball and cried. From the sound of it, it was a girl. However, that man did not stop because the little beggar was a girl, nor did he show mercy because the little girl looked to be 5 or 6 years old. On the contrary, every lash of the whip carried a hidden force. It whooshed out and landed on the little girl's curled-up body. Every lash of the whip tore open the little girl's skin and flesh. Hao was stunned by the scene in front of him. He stared at the scene with his eyes wide open. It was only when he saw that the little girl had fallen did he suddenly recover. "Stop it! Stop it!" He shouted angrily, and without a second thought, he rushed forward and stood in front of the little girl. Her hands were tightly clenched into fists in anger, and they were trembling slightly. Her little face, which couldn't be seen clearly, was tense, and her eyes were fixed on the man. Her anger was obvious. "Ha! This little brat dares to stand up? I wanted to teach you a lesson later, but it looks like you're itching for a beating." The man looked at the little beggar who rushed forward and could not help but laugh coldly. He was just a little brat. He could not even protect himself when he did not understand the situation. How could he protect others? It was a good opportunity to teach him a lesson and make him obedient. Chapter 33:46. On a tree not far away, Luo Yu's eyes were full of murderous intent as he watched the scene in the courtyard. He resisted the urge to attack. At this moment, Wanyan Qianhua's voice came from behind. "What's the hurry? Keep watching. This kid is not a weakling." Wanyan Qianhua said as she supported her chin with one hand and watched the scene in the courtyard. Her beautiful eyes flashed slightly, and no one knew what she was thinking. She looked at Hao with some admiration. Of course, Luo Yu was anxious. That was Hao. His master and the Yama Lord had never hit him. If he was whipped by these two people, how could he go back and face his master? However, in the next moment, his anxious and worried expression was replaced by astonishment. Hao gritted his teeth and looked angrily at the man who was whipping him. The anger in his heart reached the extreme, so much so that in the next moment, the spiritual aura hidden in his body surged. The small figure carried a surge of spiritual aura and fiercely slammed into the man. Even though he was small, the impact was not light. The man who whipped out the whip was shocked, and his whole body was sent flying. However, in the next moment, his whip was also snatched away. Then, a whip containing spiritual aura landed on his body with a snap. "Hiss! Little brat, you're courting death." The man sucked in a breath of cold air and cursed. His body fell to the ground with a loud bang because of the impact and the whip. The other man, standing at the side, was stunned. When he came back to his senses, he strode forward and waved his hand to slap Hao. "Brat, you got guts. My parents couldn't bear to hit me, but you dared to kick me." Hao's childish voice was filled with coldness and anger. He no longer hid his strength and directly whipped the two of them. Who asked you to kick me? Who asked you to be the bad guys? Whoosh, whoosh, papa, ah. Every time the whip fell, the two men's flesh would split open and they would scream in pain. The two men tried to resist, but in the end, they couldn't even find a chance to fight back. They had no choice but to scream and beg for mercy. Don't hit us, we know we were wrong. The two of them curled up and begged for mercy. At the same time, they secretly glanced at the child holding the whip. Their hearts were filled with shock. They did not expect that this inconspicuous little brat was already a cultivator. Moreover, he was an immortal cultivator who could hide his cultivation level. This child must have some treasures on him. Thinking of this, the two of them cried and begged, "We really know that we were wrong. We won't dare to do it again. Really, we will let those little beggars go. We won't do this again." Howard looked at the wounds on their bodies and begged and cried as he spoke. For a moment, he could not make up his mind. He thought for a moment and did not continue to hit them. Instead, he used his childish voice to threaten them. "If you continue to be bad guys, I will definitely not let you off. No, no, no. We will definitely not be bad guys again." The two of them looked at each other and hurriedly said. Seeing this, Howard turned to look at the little beggar who was curled up in a ball. He walked forward and was about to see how she was doing when the two men behind him took out their knives and fiercely slashed at the little brat whose back was facing them. Chapter 33:47. The two swords reflected the cold light of the sun as they slashed at him. It was a feeling of approaching death, and it made his hair stand on end. He had been trained by his parents for many years, so in this dangerous moment, his body reacted faster than his brain. The spiritual power in his body surged in an instant, and he squatted down at the same time. He reached into his calf with one hand and pulled out the dagger hidden there. Then he stabbed the dagger from top to bottom into the feet of the two men. The dagger pierced through the man's boots and into his flesh. It seemed that it had even broken the bones of his feet. Howard's figure had already dashed past the two men at the same time. He was not even at the man's waist when he suddenly jumped up and sat on the man's shoulder. He covered the man's eyes with one hand and slit the man's neck with the other hand holding the dagger. "I'll kill you." The other man saw that the man had died with his eyes wide open and slashed at Howard. However, Howard nimbly dodged and stabbed the man's waist with the dagger in his hand. The man let out a blood-curdling scream. Due to the injury on his waist, he instinctively bent down. But at this moment, a cold gleam of light flashed in front of his eyes, and he saw a dagger piercing his heart. The man let out a muffled groan as his eyes stared fixedly at the brat in front of him. Even at the moment of his death, he still did not understand how they had fallen into this brat's hands. When Howard pulled out the dagger, a column of blood splashed out and sprayed Howard's face. He stared blankly at his own hand that was holding the dagger, and at the person who had fallen in front of him. He killed someone? He actually killed someone? For a moment, fear, panic, and helplessness surged in his heart. He did not want to kill anyone, and he had never killed anyone before. He only reacted instinctively when danger came. Those attacks and those moves were all taught by his mother. However, before he even realized it, he had already killed those two people. He stood there in a daze and stared blankly at the two corpses on the ground. He had thought that after beating them up, he would let them go as long as they did not do bad things again. He did not want to kill them, but they wanted to kill him. In his mind, he remembered what his mother had taught him. His mother had said, "Some people should not be merciful when they deserve to be killed. Don't give them a chance to kill you. Be decisive and cut off all future troubles." He thought that his mother was right. He had not done this properly. He had been careless. If not for his body's instinctive reaction, he would have been the one dead. Thinking of this, he gradually calmed down. Looking at the two corpses, he was no longer afraid. He walked forward and took all the valuables from their bodies. His mother had said that this was a spoil of war. This was a spoil of war. After stuffing the things into his clothes, he quickly walked to the little beggar's side. However, when he wanted to help her up, the little beggar shrank back and kept retreating, looking at him with a face full of fear. Howard was stunned when he saw the fear in her eyes. He had saved her. Why was she afraid of him? He was young and did not understand. Hence, he thought for a moment and said, "They are dead. They will not hit you again." Chapter 33:48. The human heart was the most difficult thing in the world to understand. Even an old monster that had lived for hundreds of years might not be able to see through it, much less Howard, who was only 5 or 6 years old. At such a young age, he pursed his lips and silently glanced at the beggars. With a dark expression, he said to them, "Go dig 2 holes in the back and bury them." Seeing that they were all standing there without moving, he naturally copied his father and put his hands behind his back. Pretending to be a little adult, he coldly shouted, "What are you still standing there for? Didn't you hear what I said?" Being shouted at like this, and thinking about how this child, who was even shorter than them, had just killed the 2 men in front of them, they were shocked and instinctively replied, "Yes, yes." They quickly went forward and hurriedly dragged the 2 corpses to the back. They then began to dig 2 deep holes and buried the 2 men. Not far away, Wanyan Qianhua gently laughed. "This kid's aura is 70% like Mo's. I estimate that if this continues, he will be the next king of hell when he grows up." At this moment, Luo Yu was grinning. His original worries were finally put to rest. Sure enough, Howard did not disappoint his master and the Yama Lord. If his master knew, he would definitely be very happy, right? "Young Miss Wanyan, it's already getting late." Luo Yu looked at her with a smile. Wanyan Qianhua glanced at him and said with a smile, "Enough. Even if you don't chase me away, I will leave. I have no interest in staying here all night." As Wanyan Qianhua spoke, she waved her sleeve. In the next moment, her figure flashed, and she headed in the direction of the Feng Manor. Watching her leave, Luo Yu smiled. He knew that there was no need for him to say anything. Wanyan Qianhua would tell his master about what she had seen. Thinking of this, his mood improved. He could not help but hum a little tune as he sat in the tree and kept watch. Those 2 people were already dead. What happened next would depend on what Howard did. Night fell. In the shabby room, Howard looked at the beggars and thought for a bit before asking, "Do you have a home?" The beggars looked at each other and shook their heads. "We are all orphans." If they had a home, they would not have been caught by those 2 people to help them earn money. Hearing them say that they were orphans, Howard's small brow furrowed. "Those 2 people are dead. You can go wherever you want. But we don't know where to go. Also, we will starve to death." The younger beggars said this. Hearing this, Howard thought, "How's right?" The little beggars listened to him and didn't say anything. They just lowered their heads slightly. The youngest girl among them looked up at Howard timidly and asked, Then will you hit us?" As Howard spoke, he thought for a bit, then added, "But you must all listen to me. As long as you are obedient, I will guarantee that you will have food to eat." Okay, everyone agreed. Just like that, the matter was settled. Chapter 33:49. Hearing Wanyan Qianhua tell her about how Er's situation outside today, Fengjiu smiled. "That's good too. This child has been living in seclusion with us and has almost never come into contact with the outside world. I just want him to see the outside world. He will only understand if he experiences it himself. He is young, but I don't think you need to worry. That child is smart." Wanyan Qianhua played with her hair and leaned lazily on the table. "Sister, you don't know. Howard might leave us soon." Fengjiu sighed softly when she mentioned this. Her voice was filled with reluctance. Wanyan Qianhua raised her voice with a hint of charm. "What's going on? Howard's biological parents are still here. If I'm not wrong, they will come and take him back soon." She poured a cup of wine and took a sip. "You can bear to return him to them?" Wanyan Qianhua glanced at her and said, "So what if they are his biological parents? Didn't you pick him up because he was thrown away? Now that he is so big, you want to take him back when he is white and fat?" Fengjiu shook her head and sighed softly. "So what if I can't bear to? His biological parents are still here, and it is said that they were forced to do so. Now that they have found him, I can't force him to stay." "Who are his parents? How do you know he is here?" Wanyan Qianhua asked. Fengjiu looked at her and said slowly, "Xuanwu immortal." "Xuanwu immortal?" Wanyan Qianhua was stunned. She, who was leaning on the table as if she had no bones, couldn't help but sit up straight when she heard these words. She said with a serious expression, You were saying that your son is Xuanwu, Immortal's son? Yes. Feng Jiu replied. Isn't there a bald, old man in my residence? His name is Elder Mei, and he came here for how? He's been here for 5 years, and he's been with Du Fan and the others for the past 5 years. Now that we're back, and how has grown up, his biological parents will naturally come to visit soon. TSK, I didn't expect this. Wanyan Xianhua's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, Your son is also a person with heaven-defying luck. You said that you saved him when his life was hanging by a thread. After you brought him back, you took him as your son and raised him by your side for 5 or 6 years. It's already amazing that he's your son. I didn't expect him to be the son of Xuanwu Immortal. Status doesn't bring any benefits. Feng Jiu sighed and said, If he was an ordinary child, he wouldn't have learned those things so early. However, his status forced him to adapt and learn those things. Hearing this, Wanyan Qianhua seemed to have sensed something. The smile on her face disappeared. No one knew what she thought of, but she said slowly, Yes. Sometimes a good family background isn't a good thing. Only people like them knew that a good background and a good identity often meant that the responsibility on their shoulders was heavier. The things they had to learn and the things they had to bear were also more than ordinary people. The two drank quietly. No one in the courtyard disturbed them. After a while, Feng Jiu looked at her and asked, Sister, how are you and Zhenjushang? Chapter 3350. Hearing this, Wanyan Qianhua's eyes flashed. She poured another cup of wine and said, We had nothing to do with each other 5 years ago. Then she chuckled and said, You should be saying that we never had anything to do with each other. That person never wanted to have anything to do with her. She was the only one who was stubborn. Hearing this and looking at her expression, Feng Jiu was slightly surprised. In her opinion, although her sister said that they had nothing to do with each other, it didn't seem to be the case. Back then, when she first met her elder sister, she admired her from the bottom of her heart. She was so similar to her elder sister, so she naturally knew that her elder sister's standards were not low. Otherwise, she would not have been single for so many years. But she didn't expect that when she came to the upper world from the lower world, she met someone who moved her heart. She actually abandoned her pride to pursue love. What she didn't expect was that the person she fell in love with was the leader of the Xiaoyao school. It was said that the leader of the Xiaoyao school was hundreds of years old, Junju Shang. Although age was not the focus of attention in the cultivation world, and there were many experts or big clans who had young and beautiful female cultivators by their side, she did not expect that her elder sister would fall in love with a man who was already hundreds of years old. When she heard her sister mention Junju Shang, she wanted to meet him. She was curious from the bottom of her heart. A man who could move her sister, how outstanding would he be? She drank wine and thought about this. Seeing her sister finish one cup of wine after another, she couldn't help but chuckle and say, Sister, it's easy to get drunk drinking like this. It's good to get drunk, Wanyan Qianhua said. She drank another cup of wine and said, Jiu, tell me, why doesn't he like me? No matter where she went, Wanyan Qianhua was dazzling. Many young masters from big clans and sects admired her. But the person she loved treated her like dirt. Feng Jiu supported her chin with one hand and looked at her without saying anything. After a while, she smiled and said, Sister, I'll give you some of my treasured wine. As she spoke, she took out a bottle of wine from her space and poured her a cup. Sister, have a taste. Wanyan Qianhua drank it in one gulp. After it entered her mouth, she glanced at Feng Jiu. Her beautiful eyes were charming and blurred. Immortal drunken wine? Hee, it's the drunken immortal. Does it taste better after the modification? Feng Jiu said with a smile. Are you trying to get me drunk? Wanyan Qianhua said as he poured himself another cup of wine. It's nothing. I just wanted to let you try my improved immortal drunken wine. Feng Jiu smiled embarrassedly. How many cups do you think I'll get drunk? Wanyan Qianhua asked and drank the third cup. Just as he was about to pour another cup, his eyes started to shake. Feng Jiu pursed her lips and smiled. No matter how strong you are, you must be drunk after 3 cups. Otherwise, how could it be said that it was improved? She smiled and looked at Wanyan Qianhua, who was drunk and lying on the table, and called out to the outside. "Who's outside?" "Master." Qin Xian and Lung Shuang came in. "Help her back to her room to rest. Tell people not to disturb her and let her have a good sleep," Feng Jiu said. He stood up and brushed his robe. A layer of light flashed across his body and dispersed the smell of wine on his body. Lung Shuang and Qin Xian responded and helped Wanyan Qianhua out. Chapter 33:51. Feng Jiu, who was about to go out, stopped when she heard Lung Hua's voice. She looked back and said, "Yes, I'm going out for a while. If Zay asks, tell him I'll be back later." "Okay." Lung Hua didn't leave. Instead, he watched her turn and leave. Then he walked inside and happened to see Lung Shuang and Qin Xian walking side by side. He walked up to them. "Sister." Lung Hua called. "Yes, what's the matter?" Lung Shuang looked at him and asked. "Today, only Luo Yu is guarding Howard outside. I wanted to let Guimo go, but he hasn't come back yet. I was thinking, sister, do you want to see Howard tonight?" Hearing this, Lung Shuang nodded. "Okay." She was also a little worried about Howard being outside. Would he be afraid at night? Lung Hua smiled and told her where Luo Yu was. After she left, he looked at Qin Xian and asked, "Miss Wanyan is asleep?" Qin Xian thought for a while and said, "Yes, she's drunk. Master said she should rest well and not be disturbed." "Okay, then tell the servants not to disturb her rest." As he spoke, he lowered his voice and said, "Pay more attention to Elder May and the gatekeeper. Master said that the Black Tortoise True Monarch should be paying us a visit soon." "Okay." Qin Xian also agreed. After a while, the two left. As the night deepened, the noises seemed to become quieter. In the celestial sect of the Blue Star, in a courtyard on a mountain, there was a bright room. Junju Shang was wearing a white robe and sitting in the room. He was holding a book in his hand and looking at the book. However, his mind was somewhere else. Feng Jiu, who was dressed in red, quietly landed on a tree in the courtyard. She had restrained her aura and was like a gust of night wind. She did not make any sound and naturally did not attract the attention of the absent-minded Junju Shang. Feng Jiu looked through the window at the man who was sitting and reading. When she saw him, she was stunned. He was hundreds of years old, but he looked like a man in his 30s. He was calm and cold. His temperament was different from the people she had seen before. Just by looking at the side of his face and his temperament, it had to be said that her sister's taste was indeed excellent. This kind of man was very unique and also very tasteful. Of course, in her opinion, he still couldn't compare to the one in her family. As the saying goes, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Jun Jueshang, who was looking at the book, suddenly felt that someone was looking at him. Even if he didn't sense the other party's aura, he could feel the other party's gaze at this moment. Therefore, he, who was reading the book, picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. Suddenly, the teacup in his hand carried a fierce hidden force. It was like a hidden weapon, flying towards the window and towards the tree outside. Whoosh! The teacup flew past, creating a stream of air. Feng Jiu, who was staring at Jun Jueshang, suddenly saw the teacup flying towards her. She couldn't help but raise her eyebrows. She raised her hand and slightly tilted her body to reduce the force on the teacup. Then, she reached out and caught the teacup. The moment the teacup flew out, Jun Jueshang's heart skipped a beat. That was because he saw the red robe of the person hiding in the tree. When he saw the red robe, he immediately thought of Wanyan Qianhua. Chapter 33:52. However, when that silhouette jumped down from the tree and entered his line of sight, he couldn't help but feel annoyed. It wasn't her. Feng Jiu held the cup in her hand and gently twirled it. She looked at Junju Shang, who slowly closed his eyes after seeing her. She couldn't help but curl her lips into a smile. It seemed like he had mistaken her for her elder sister. Both of them liked to wear red clothes. No wonder he had mistaken her for her elder sister. She smiled and slowly walked inside with the cup in her hand. Feng Jiu. Junju Shang looked at the woman who had walked in and asked with an indifferent expression. Even though he had asked that question, he looked confident. Obviously, even though he hadn't seen Feng Jiu before, he had guessed her identity. "It's me." Feng Jiu smiled and nodded. She casually walked forward and sat down. She put the cup on the table and said, I have heard that the Xiao Yao sect's Jun Ju Shang is extraordinary. Today, I see you in person. Indeed, hearing 100 times is not as good as seeing you once. You came to see me in the middle of the night. What's the matter? Asked Jun Ju Shang. He put down the book in his hand and calmly looked at the girl in front of him. Fengjiu, the ghost doctor's name, could be said to have spread all over the world. However, he didn't have any relationship with her. Therefore, he was surprised to see her in the middle of the night. Fengjiu took out a teacup and poured herself a cup of water to drink as she said, It's nothing. I just heard that you were here, so I wanted to come and see you. As she spoke, she played with the cup in her hand and smiled. Sect Master, you don't know, right? Wanyan Qianhua and I are sworn sisters. Jun Ju Shang's eyes twinkled when he heard that. He closed his eyes and didn't say anything. I don't like to talk in a roundabout way. I will just say it. She looked at him and said, My elder sister's taste is very high. There are so many outstanding men, but none of them can move her heart. I have always been curious. What kind of man will she fall in love with in the future? I didn't think that the patriarch would be like that. Did she ask you to come? Junju Shang asked. Hearing this, Fengjiu sneered and glanced at him. 5 years ago, my sister mentioned you to me. When we met again 5 years later, I asked about you, but my sister said that the two of you had nothing to do with each other 5 years ago. So, when I heard that the sect master was in this sect, I thought that since I had nothing to do, I would like to see what kind of person this man that my sister fell in love with is. But now that I've seen him, I feel that he's just so. She had originally wanted to see what kind of person Jun Ju Shang was and what kind of feelings he had for her sister. However, when she heard his question, she shook her head inwardly. It seemed that this person really didn't care about her sister. Otherwise, why would he ask such a question? How could someone as proud as Wanyan Qianhua ask her to come? However, according to her observation from the beginning until now, she felt that he didn't completely ignore her sister in his heart. She guessed that he didn't realize the different feelings he had for her, right? It was also true that an old man who only knew how to cultivate, if you asked him to say or admit that he was moved by Wanyan Qianhua, it really wouldn't be so easy. Not to mention other things, just the age of these two people was like a mountain between them. Chapter 33:53. It's late. The ghost doctor should be going back, Jun Ju Shang said indifferently, as if he hadn't heard Fengjiu. His expression was as indifferent as before. Fengjiu smiled and glanced at him, saying, Yes, I'm going back. I just came here to take a look out of curiosity. She stood up, flicked her robe, and walked out. However, when she reached the door, she paused and looked back at Jun Ju Shang. Oh, right. Sect Master doesn't seem to be in a good state. He must have encountered his inner demon. It's better to get rid of it as soon as possible. If you keep running away, it will only make it harder to control. With that, she tapped the ground with the tip of her foot, and her red figure flew into the night. Seeing her leave, Jun Ju Shang's eyes darkened. He reached out and touched his chest. There was a complicated and struggling look in his eyes. Since 5 years ago, there had been no peace in this place. He was originally a light sleeper, but gradually, he couldn't fall asleep. He knew that his inner demon had formed and could no longer be ignored on the other side. After Fengjiu left Jun Ju Shang's place, CK and Mu Xian, who were waiting outside, saw her come out and greeted her. Master, it's already so late. Why don't you rest in the sect tonight? Master's cave residence has always been cleaned. You can move in at any time. CK said, because it was so late. Although she was very strong, they still felt that it wouldn't be too late for her to go down the mountain tomorrow morning. As for this, they didn't have to worry about her going back to Four Corner City in the middle of the night. Fengjiu shook her head, saying, No need. I told them that I would go back tonight. It's not suitable for me to stay here. I don't want my family to worry. She looked at the two and said, You two go back too. There's no need to send me off. I can go out by myself. Then she smiled, Don't worry. I won't meet any danger. Even if there is, it will be danger that meets me. When they heard this, CK and Mu Xian exchanged glances and said, Since Master has spoken in this way, then let's send Master out of this sect. If you send me off, The entire sect will probably know that I came at night tomorrow. Who knows what kind of trouble might happen?" She smiled and waved her hand. "All right, let's go back." As she spoke, her figure flashed, and she had already flown into the night. CK couldn't help but sigh as he watched the figure disappear into the night in the blink of an eye. Master really comes and goes without a trace. There aren't many people in this world who can fight with her. Yes, both masters are very powerful. If it weren't for that bet, we wouldn't even be able to get close to her now, let alone be where we are today. Muexian also sighed. She only felt that many times a split-second decision could change a person's life. The two of them stood there for a while before leaving as well. On the other side, Fengjiu, who had left the sect, was flying in the night. Her red figure was like a ghost as she shuttled through the darkness of the night, heading towards Four Corner City. However, just as she was about to leave the boundary of the sect, she unexpectedly noticed a few figures flitting through the forest. Their auras were actually demonic cultivators. Chapter 33:54. Her figure flashed, and she retracted her aura and followed those people. She followed them in the night, but she didn't expect that she would follow them all the way to the back mountain of the sect. She raised her eyebrows slightly as she watched the devil cultivators enter the sect's back mountain. There were formations and barriers set up within the sect's territory. How were these devil cultivators able to enter the sect's back mountain as if there was no one around? Could it be that there was a spy? She followed closely and saw that these demonic cultivators had set up a barrier here. Once someone approached, the barrier would send out a warning, allowing the demonic cultivators to escape as quickly as possible. Looking at the darkness in front of her, her eyes flashed slightly. If it weren't for her cultivation, she probably wouldn't have been able to see that there was a barrier set up in the darkness. That layer of demonic power surged, and she could sense it without touching it. Her palm surged slightly, and a wave of spiritual aura surged. With a wave of her hand, the spiritual power in her palm quietly broke the barrier in front of her. Looking at the dissipated barrier and the dark demonic power that disappeared in the air, she curled her lips and walked forward. None of the demonic cultivators noticed that the barrier setup had been broken. At this time, more than 30 people were gathered together to discuss something. However, the two demonic cultivators who were originally talking stopped at the same time. They looked at each other, and one of them asked, "Did you feel it? Why do I feel that the barrier seems to have disappeared?" "You felt it too? Then it wasn't my imagination." The other demonic cultivator also said with a serious expression, "Who could it be? How could he break the barrier so soundlessly?" Hearing the two's words, the other demonic cultivators looked at each other. Someone asked what happened. At this time, the two leaders calmed down and ordered, "You two, go outside and take a look. The rest of you, stay alert." "No need, I'm already here." A gentle voice came from the night. Almost at the same time that they heard this voice, the two demonic cultivators in the lead were shocked, and they quickly looked in the direction of the voice. With their cultivation, they actually didn't know that someone was quietly approaching. Moreover, from the sound of that voice, it seemed to be a woman. Was it the female venerable from the sect on Cerulean Planet? However, when that person walked out from the shadows, the expressions of those devil cultivators changed, and even their voices were trembling uncontrollably. Fengjiu, the person in front of him, was dressed in red. She had a beautiful face and a cold temperament. There was a faint smile on her lips. Who else could it be but Fengjiu? Almost at the moment they saw Fengjiu, the 30 or so demonic cultivators all retreated at the same time. They knew that Xianyuan Mo's and Fengjiu's strength was no longer the same as yesterday, especially when Xianyuan Mo's had agreed to fight Sovereign Tong Tian at Mount E. Now that they had encountered Fengjiu here, they really wanted to die. This was the back mountain of the Cerulean Planet sect. What was she doing here in the middle of the night instead of staying in Square City? Could it be that she found out about their plan? Fengjiu's clear eyes swept past those devil cultivators, and she chuckled. "I haven't met a devil cultivator in a long time. Tell me, what are you all doing here in the middle of the night?" Chapter 33:55. Let's go. Hearing her words, Everyone's hearts trembled, especially the two devil cultivators in the lead. Almost without thinking, they threw out something from their sleeves. That thing hit the ground with a loud bang, and at the same time, black smoke filled the air. The devil cultivators took the opportunity to quickly scatter and escape. Feng Jiu frowned. With a wave of her sleeve, she dispersed the smoke in front of her. At the same time, she released her pressure, and with a whoosh, a silver needle flew out from her hand, piercing the devil cultivators who were escaping in all directions. Those devil cultivators were too slow to escape, and after being pierced by the silver needle, they fell to the ground. Only the two devil cultivators in the lead escaped with their lives, and because of the loud bang, the people in the sect were alarmed. A venerable brought his disciples to the back of the mountain to investigate, and when they quickly followed the direction of the sound, they couldn't help but be startled. "Ghost Doctor." The venerable in the lead recognized Feng Jiu, and then looked at the 20 devil cultivators on the ground and hurriedly asked, "Ghost Doctor, what happened? Why did devil cultivators sneak into the sect's back mountain out of the blue?" Feng Jiu glanced at the person who came, then glanced at the devil cultivators on the ground, and said, "I just happened to pass by and saw a few devil cultivators walking around in the sect's territory, so I followed to take a look, but I didn't expect that there were dozens of people hiding here. The rest of them bit the poison and committed suicide. These two's chins were cut off by me. You guys bring them back for interrogation." She kicked the two devil cultivators at her feet. "Yes, thank you, Ghost Doctor." Hearing this, the venerable quickly thanked her and ordered the disciples behind him to bring back the two devil cultivators who were still alive. However, when he turned around and was about to say a few more words to Feng Jiu, he saw that the red figure who was standing in front of him just now had already disappeared. "Master," she left. A disciple said softly, "Deal with this corpse, then report back to the sect." The venerable said as he led them to dispose of the corpses. Then he patrolled the surroundings before heading into the sect. Feng Jiu, who was heading towards the city, stepped on the breeze and quietly entered the city. She didn't head towards the manor, but instead headed towards the slums that Wanyan Qianhua had told her about. It had only been a day. She really missed that little fellow. She wondered if he had gotten used to sleeping on his first night outside. She released her divine sense and soon found Luo Yu. She walked up to the tree he was on and saw that Lung Shuang was also there. She couldn't help but smile. "Why is Lung Shuang here too? Do you miss Hao?" "Master." When the two saw her, they hurriedly bowed and greeted her. "Guamo isn't back yet, so I came over to take a look," Lung Shuang said. "Master, it's so late. Why aren't you resting yet?" Luo Yu looked at her. He didn't expect her to come over so late. Was she worried about Hao? "I just came back from a trip to the sect, so I wanted to see Hao before going back." Feng Jiu looked at the house and asked the two about Hao-er's situation. After hearing about Hao-er's situation, she smiled and said, "Lung Shuang, come in with me to take a look." "Yes." Lung Shuang responded and followed her into the house. "Master, those little beggars are sleeping in the bunk over there. Hao is sleeping in this room." Lung Shuang lowered his voice as he led her in. When they arrived at the room, Feng Jiu smiled when she heard the calm breathing inside. Chapter 3356. She walked forward and pulled the blanket up for Hao. Looking at his dirty little face, Feng Jiu shook her head and smiled. She didn't stay for long and left after sitting by the bed for a while. When she was outside, Feng Jiu looked at Lung Shuang and said, "You and Luo, you stay here tonight. I'll have someone take your place tomorrow." "Yes," Lung Shuang replied. After watching her leave, he went to the tree where Luo Yu was. When Feng Jiu returned to the residence, she saw Xian Yuan Mose sitting on the bed with his eyes closed. When he heard her coming in, he opened his eyes and looked at her. "You're still awake. It's very late," Feng Jiu said as she walked forward. She took off her outer clothes and walked forward wearing only her inner clothes. Just as she was about to turn over and sleep on the bed, he hugged her. "You want to see Hao?" Xian Yuan Mose hugged her and let her sit on his body. Feng Jiu smiled and reached out to hug him. She leaned her head on his chest and said, "I went to the sect to see Junju Shang. Then I went to see Hao when I came back." "Oh, for Wanyan Qianhua?" Yes, she replied and said, I'm also curious. What kind of person is Junju Shang? After seeing him tonight, I can't deny that he's very outstanding. More outstanding than me? Xinyuan Mose raised his eyebrows. His deep eyes were smiling. Hearing this, Fengjiu chuckled and leaned forward to peck his lips. In my eyes, no one can compare to you. Hearing this, Xinyuan Mose's heart moved. Like a flower blooming, a smile appeared on his cold face. He looked at her in his arms and said, Ajio's words are very moving. I like it very much. As he spoke, he lowered his head and kissed her lips. It wasn't a light kiss, but a deep and passionate kiss. The night was dark, and the crescent moon was hidden in the clouds. In the room, two figures were entwined on the bed like a pair of mandarin ducks. On the other hand, in the Sanctum of Sages, the members of the Sanctum of Sages were already waiting in the main hall early in the morning. As they waited, they began chatting with one another. Looks like the saint will come out today. He has been in seclusion for 5 years. Yes, that's fast. 5 years have passed in the blink of an eye. I wonder how much the saint's strength has improved in 5 years. Recently, I heard that Sovereign Tong Tian and Xinyuan Mose are going to battle at Mount E. Xinyuan Mose's strength is already at the God King level. Not bad, not bad. I heard that he is very young and is a cultivation genius rarely seen in 1,000 years. Hee, you don't know about this, do you? An old man stroked his beard and chuckled. He looked at the crowd and lowered his voice. Xinyuan Mose is the Emperor's star, and he compliments Fengjiu's Phoenix star. If not for the fact that they are destined by the heavens, do you think that anyone could be like them? They are indeed very powerful, but our Holy Son is not an ordinary person either. Another person said with a smile, just wait and see. The saint's strength will definitely be on par with Xinyuan Mose. Divine King level? Is that possible? After all, Divine King level isn't something that can be achieved just by thinking about it. Back then, I heard that if the Holy Son could cut off all emotions and desires, his cultivation method would reach the great accomplishment stage. The power of that would be indescribable. Chapter 33:57. As the voice rang out, everyone's gaze turned towards the source of the voice. Mo Chen's white robe fluttered in the wind as he walked towards them. His otherworldly aura and the faint holy light that radiated from his body made him look extremely noble. If it was said that he had the temperament of a banished immortal in the past, the current him exuded an indescribable sense of nobility. It was as if looking at him for an extra second would be a blasphemy, especially the faint layer of holy light that surrounded his body. It was as if he was bathed in holy light. He seemed to be right in front of them, but at the same time, he was out of their reach. Holy Prince, everyone called out excitedly as they lowered their heads in unison and bowed respectfully. Mo Chan walked to the center of the hall and stood there quietly. His deep gaze swept across the crowd before him, and he said, You may all disperse. Elders, please stay behind. Yes, everyone responded and bowed their heads respectfully as they left the hall. In a short while, only the elders and Mo Chan were left in the large hall of sages. The elders exchanged glances and stepped forward. They cupped their fists and bowed. Congratulations to the Holy Prince for coming out of seclusion. Mo Chan glanced at them, then turned around and sat down in the center of the hall. He ordered, Tell me about Fengjiu and the others in the past 5 years. Hearing this, the elders paused for a moment before stepping forward. They sat down on the chairs on his left and right and briefly recounted the events of the past few years. Finally, the first elder said, The Holy Prince came out of seclusion at just the right time. Some time ago, the Cerulean Star Sect sent people to ask for our help in the battle against Sovereign Tong Tian. However, because Xinyuan Mose and Fengjiu returned, things took a turn for the better. Now, Xinyuan Mose and Sovereign Tong Tian have agreed to battle at the peak of Mount E. There is still more than 20 days until now. At this time, the third elder said, It's said that Xinyuan Mose is already a God King expert, but no one knows what level he is. The second elder's eyes were fixed on Mo Chun. He looked at him, paused for a moment, and said, "Saint, before the temple master went into seclusion, he told us that after the saint comes out of the sacred tower, we have to see if the saint has severed all emotions and desires, severed all ties of love, and obtained the saint power. Saint, do you think it, in other words, he wanted Yi Futian to tell them that he had already inherited the saint energy from the holy sanctum while cultivating in the holy tower for the past 5 years?" When Mo Chun heard this, the corners of his lips curled into a slight smile. He looked at the elder and asked, "Elder, in your opinion, have I already severed my 7 emotions and 6 desires? Have you obtained saint energy?" The second elder hesitated. How could he know whether or not he had severed his feelings for her? Did he not have the 7 emotions and 6 desires? He only knew that the layer of saint energy around his body was stronger than before. Perhaps he had already obtained the saint energy from the holy tower? For a moment, the few elders did not speak, but their eyes fell on Mo Chun, sizing him up. They were not sure either, but seeing that he could come out of seclusion, he should have obtained the saint energy from the holy tower. "I'm going back to rest for a while, and will leave tomorrow. You can inform the temple master that he has come out of seclusion," Mo Chun said as he stood up, one hand behind his back and the other in front of him. Without waiting for them to speak, he walked towards the back of the hall. Chapter 33:58. Mo Chun slowly walked toward the back of the palace. His steps were light and leisurely. As he walked, he looked at the sky. No one knew what he was thinking, but a dark light flashed across his deep eyes. He walked towards the back of the palace and returned to the main courtyard to rest. At the same time, he prepared to leave the Divine Palace tomorrow to meet Fengjiu and the others 2 days later, outside the sky of the upper world, in another region. In a palace, a man dressed in a dark golden robe with a strong waist and a bear's back was striding towards the main palace. His footsteps were like the wind. Every step he took carried a thunderous and fierce aura. He strode in. Before he saw anyone inside, he spoke first. Wife! What's wrong? Why do you look like you're in a hurry?" A beautiful woman in luxurious clothes came out to welcome him. Although she was dressed gorgeously, she did not look well. Her face was pale. The man, Sovereign Xuanwu, strode to her side. He laughed loudly and said, "Wife, Elder Mei sent news. Our son came back with Fengjiu and the others. He's now in Four Corner City." "Ah, our son is back. Is he okay?" The beautiful woman sobbed. Tears fell from her eyes. She could not speak. When she thought of their child, she felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife. He was her biological child, but he could not grow up by her side. He was already 5 or 6 years old, but she had not seen him even once. How tall was he now? Was he fat or thin? Did he know that there was a mother like her? "Wife, don't cry. This is good news," Sovereign Xuanwu said. He reached out and pulled her into his arms. He said, "We had no choice back then. Now that he's growing well, you don't have to worry. Husband, we were incompetent parents. We only gave birth to him, but we never raised him. Husband, do you think he won't recognize us?" The beautiful woman asked with tears falling from her eyes. She was anxious and worried. That monarch Black Tortoise was stunned. He had never thought of this problem. However, he still comforted them. "He won't. He's our son. As long as we tell him clearly that we had no choice back then, I don't think he won't recognize us." The gorgeously dressed beauty leaned into his embrace and asked again, "Husband, will they be willing to return the child to us? After all, they've raised a child for 5 or 6 years. I'm afraid their relationship is no less than ours." "Don't worry. Fengjiu and Xianyuan Mo's aren't ordinary people. Naturally, they're different from ordinary people. It's our son's fortune to have a pair of adoptive parents like them. Besides, if they don't want to return the child to us, they wouldn't have agreed to let Elder Mei deliver the message to us." Although he had never met Xianyuan Mo's and Fengjiu, he was no stranger to them. He had been looking forward to meeting them. The beauty fell silent for a moment, and then she thought for a moment and said, "Husband, let's go take a look first. If our son wants to follow them, let him follow. As long as he can come back to visit us often in the future, I'll be satisfied." Hearing this, Sovereign Xuanwu was stunned. He asked with a smile, "Don't you miss your son? Don't you want to bring him back and raise him by your side? Chapter 33:59. She was worried that her son could not bear to part with Fengjiu and the others. She was also worried that if she brought him back against his wishes, he would be unhappy. After she gave birth to him, he was separated from her. Although mother and son were connected, she was also worried that her child would not grow up by their side and would not be close to them. Sovereign Black Tortoise looked at her. After a while, he said, I heard that the old man from Tongtian and Xianyuan Mose have agreed to fight at Mount E. There are only 20 days left. That old man has fought with me for so many years. I know his strength very well. I'm afraid that Xianyuan Mose, who has just become a divine king, is not his match. So I was thinking of taking advantage of this time to discuss with them and see if there is anything we can help with. This way, we can repay them for raising our son. Secondly, I also want to meet Fengjiu. According to Elder Mei, she has medical skills that can bring the dead back to life. I only hope to have the opportunity to heal my old injuries this time. Then I'll go to the storehouse to find some good things. I'll bring them over as a greeting gift. As the beauty spoke, she frowned and looked worried. But if both of us leave, won't others take advantage of us? Tongtian's people are not the only ones keeping an eye on us. It's okay. We'll disguise ourselves as ordinary cultivators. No one will know that we're not in the palace. Besides, I'll make the arrangements. Even if someone comes again, it's okay. He patted her hand, indicating that she did not need to worry. Okay, then I'll go prepare first. Let's leave tomorrow. She could not wait to see her son. Okay, Sovereign Black Tortoise smiled. To them, it did not take long to go to Four Corner City from here. It only took the time of a transportation array. While they were preparing, the people in Four Corner City were also busy with their own matters. In the main courtyard, Fengjiu and Wanyan Xianhua were playing chess while listening to Luo Yu's report on how matters outside these few days. Speaking of which, I haven't visited Hao in the past few days. Today's weather looks pretty good. Sis, let's go together. Fengjiu looked at Wanyan Xianhua and said. Wanyan Xianhua raised her beautiful eyes to look at Fengjiu. After thinking for a moment, she said, That's a good idea. That child has been outside for a few days. Since he's been performing well these past few days, why don't we pick him up later and bring him to a restaurant to eat something? Fengjiu stood up when he heard this, and he said to Luo Yu, Since Wei Feng and Guillermo are guarding Hao then you can rest at home. Yes, Luo Yu replied, and then retreated. Fengjiu and Wanyan Qianhua walked forward and happened to bump into Guanxilin. Fengjiu called out, Brother, we're going to see Hao Are you coming with us? That's fine too. I have nothing to do anyway. Guanxilin said as he walked towards them. Master, let Qin, Xian, and my sister go together. It'll be more convenient for Master to do whatever he wants with them. Leng Hua walked over from nearby, with Leng Shuang and Qin Xian by his side. Fengjiu smiled when he saw this and said, All right, there's so many people here. Let's take the spirit deer carriage. With that, he walked out with Wanyan Qianhua. Then we'll be leaving. When we come back, we'll bring back some spiced beef to go with wine. Guanxilin said to Leng Hua, and he walked out with a smile. Chapter 33:60. On the other side, in the dilapidated house, Hao walked in with his short legs and shouted, I'm back. He had adapted to life these few days, and there was some excitement in his tone. He thought that if his mother knew that he could be independent and could feed so many people, she would be very happy. The little beggars in the house heard Hao Er's voice and quickly ran out. They all surrounded him. What's good to eat today? Is there meat today? Come here, Hao shouted. He came to the table at the side and took out the things from his chinkoan bag. The little beggar's eyes flashed when they saw him take out the things from the small bag and put them on the table. In particular, a few of the older beggars stared straight at Hao Er's bag. You guys eat first. I'll go in and drink a cup of water, Hao said to them. After putting the food on the table, he walked in. He lived in a room by himself, so when he came in, he climbed onto the chair and poured a cup of water. When he was about to drink it, he was stunned when he smelled the water. He thought that he smelled it wrongly, so he went closer to smell it. Someone put medicine in the water? Who did it? He thought in a daze. Because his mother also taught him how to identify medicine in Danwang Valley, He could easily smell that the medicine in the water was muscle-weakening powder, and it was the cheapest kind. His mother helped him recuperate his body. Not to mention this, even poison couldn't poison him. However, after living outside for a few days, he knew that he had to be clear about everything. He couldn't be careless. Therefore, he planned to beat them at their own game and see who wanted to harm him. Outside, the little beggars were eating happily. The older ones looked into the room from time to time. Because of nervousness, the hands holding the food trembled slightly. It wasn't until they heard the sound of cups breaking and falling that they put down the food in their hands and ran in quickly. When they saw how lying on the ground with cold sweat on his face and a weak look on his face, the youngest girl quickly went forward to help him up. "What happened to you?" How leaned on the little girl and said, I suddenly have no strength in my body. How can this be?" The little girl asked worriedly. "Did her body hurt?" The medicine is working," the older beggar suddenly said excitedly. Hearing this, a few of the younger ones were startled and looked at him in astonishment. "What did you say? Take the bag from him. There's a lot of money and a lot of treasures." As the older beggars spoke, they suddenly pushed the youngest girl away and went to snatch the inconspicuous bag tied around Hao-er's waist. Woo! The little girl was pushed aside and her body fell to the side. Her hand pressed on the broken cup and blood immediately flowed out. She sobbed but climbed up and squeezed forward to protect Hao-er. "Don't take his things. Don't take his things." Chapter 33:61. Hao-er pursed his lips and stared coldly at the few beggars when he saw the little girl standing in front of him and using her bleeding hand to slap the bigger beggars. "Go away." One of the beggars pushed the little girl away, but she pounced on him again. At this moment, the bigger beggar shouted at the other beggars, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and help. After we snatch his bag, we'll give you some silver." The beggars were originally a little afraid, but when they heard the last sentence, their eyes lit up. They hurriedly went forward to help pull the little girl away and pressed her firmly to the ground. Hao-er sat leaning against the corner of the table, looking weak and motionless. He watched as the beggars worked together to deal with him and even pressed the little girl to the ground. At this moment, the little guy felt a fire burning in his heart, until he saw the chinquin bag at his waist being snatched away by those beggars and saw them taking out the things inside in front of him. He asked, "Why are you snatching my things?" He saved them and brought back delicious food for them. Why do they still want to snatch his things? These aren't your things. These are the things you snatched from those two people. Why should they only give their things to you?" The bigger beggar said. He looked curiously at the few Dharma treasures taken out from the chinquin bag and played with them excitedly. Hao-er looked at them fixedly. No one knew what he was thinking. After a long time, he said, "I'm too good to you." His mother had told him that one should not have the heart to harm others, but one should always be on guard against others. Before this, he felt that these beggars would not harm him because he had saved them and they were very weak. However, after today's incident, he understood some things that he would only understand after experiencing it himself. What happened today was a lesson for him. If it wasn't for his ability to distinguish between medicines, if it wasn't for the fact that he wasn't afraid of these medicines, then he could only lie here powerlessly and be robbed of everything on him, or even his life. Let's break one of his legs and one of his hands, so that he won't find trouble with us after the effects of the medicine wear off." One of the beggars said as he stared at Hao-er, who was leaning there. He inexplicably felt that his eyes made him fearful. Because of fear, he wanted to destroy him. He was afraid that once he recovered, they would be caught by him. Therefore, he could only cripple him while he could not move. Hearing this, the beggars all looked at each other. The smaller ones were a little scared. We don't dare. How about this? We'll leave this square city and go somewhere else. He won't be able to find us. Just in case, it's better to break his hands. This guy is too ruthless. You've forgotten that he killed people before. If he recovers, he will definitely kill us. Oh, he still has a dagger. As he said this, the bigger one was about to search his body. At this moment, the little girl who was pressed to the ground cried out, No, don't break his arms and legs. Don't. Woo. With them, we're of him. We're. Chapter 33:62. mm. Due to the strength of that kick, the little girl let out a muffled groan and spat out a trace of blood from her mouth. Seeing this, Hao-er's face darkened and the aura on his body became extremely cold. He stared at the beggar who came forward and reached out to grab his hand and break it. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was heard and instantly frightened all the beggars. Just as the beggar screamed, Hao-er's voice was heard. Looking for the dagger? It's here. Hao-er's voice was heard, and the inconspicuous but sharp dagger had appeared in his hand. With a flash of cold light, he directly broke the tendons in the beggar's hand. As the beggar screamed, the blade turned and directly pierced his foot, breaking the tendons in his foot. Ada's shrill screams sounded and scared the little beggars out of their wits. However, Hao took a big step forward and blocked everyone's escape. Seeing the little beggars who were originally running towards the door retreating with pale faces, he said coldly, "Did I allow you to leave? Don't kill us. We don't want to die." The little beggars cried and begged and directly knelt down. "It's not me, it's not my idea. It's him, it's his idea. It's his idea, it's none of our business." The older beggars said as they pointed at the beggar who was lying on the ground and screaming. Not far outside, Fengjiu and Wanyan Qianhua stood on a tree and watched. They originally wanted to see what Hao was doing and did not expect to see such a scene. "What do you think your son will do?" Wanyan Qianhua asked. Fengjiu's eyes flashed and said, "Cripple one of their hands and one of their legs, just like the beggar inside. However, I don't think he will do anything to those little beggars who are in a passive position." Wanyan Qianhua shook his head and sighed softly. "This child has already been raised into a monster by all of you, yet you still let him out to train. If he trains too much, he will mature too early. Look at what he's going through now. It's not something an ordinary child would experience." Fengjiu nodded in agreement. "Yes, I didn't expect him to grow so quickly. It's only been a few days, but his ability to adapt and be independent is beyond my expectations." The two of them watched from the tree. They didn't intend to show themselves to help. They just wanted to see how he would deal with it. In that dilapidated courtyard, Hao really did as Fengjiu said. He crippled a hand and a leg of a few of the bigger beggars. As for those who were in a passive position, he did not touch them. "Leave. You're not allowed to appear in Four Corner City. Otherwise, if I see you again, I won't let you off like this time," Hao warned. After watching those people rush out of the door, he went to the little girl's side and helped her up. "I'll bandage you." As Hao spoke, he put away the Cosmos sack and all the things on the ground back into the sack. The little girl clearly hadn't recovered yet. She stared blankly at him. You didn't use the medicine?" "Yes." "How?" replied with a straight face. After applying medicine for her, he used a strip of cloth to bandage her hand. When he sensed that someone was coming, he looked up. When he saw that familiar figure, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He quickly stood up and pounced on the figure that was slowly walking over. Chapter 3363. Hao ran forward. Just as he was about to pounce forward, he remembered that he was dirty and couldn't help but stop. Fengjiu bent down and was about to catch him, but he retreated. She couldn't help but smile. "What's wrong? You haven't seen your mother for a few days. You don't want your mother to carry you?" Hao-er's little face reddened. "Mother, Hao-er is dirty." When they appeared, Wei Feng and Gu Mo, who were hiding in the shadows, had already been ordered to take the little beggars who had fainted from the pain of having their tendons cut off. In the large courtyard, there was only Fengjiu's group and the little girl who walked out with her short legs and looked at them blankly. Those people were so beautiful, and the clothes they wore were so nice. However, why did the little beggar call the woman in red his mother? Fengjiu squatted down with a smile and pulled Hao in front of her. She smiled and said, "It's fine. You'll be fine after you go back and take a bath and change your clothes." "But mother, it hasn't even been 10 days. He also wanted to go home and see his mother, but his mother said that she had to adapt to the outside world for 10 days. Hao-er's performance has been very good these past few days. Then there's no need for 10 days. Mother specially came to take Hao to eat." She rubbed his head and smiled at the little girl behind him. "If you like that little girl, bring her home." At this time, The little girl carefully walked forward and tugged at Hao Er's tattered sleeve. Little beggar, why do you call her mother? Do you want to go with them? Then what about me? She's my mother. Hao Er thought for a moment and said, Follow me. Yes, yes. The little girl happily responded. She then looked at the beauty in red who was looking at her with a smile and asked in a small voice, Why do you have a mother? Feng Jiu smiled and stood up. She held Hao Er's hand and said, Let's go. She brought him out and said, This is mother's sworn sister, Wanyan Qianhua. You can call her Anhua. Anhua, Hao Er called and looked at her. Good girl, Wanyan Qianhua replied with a smile. He said to the little girl, Come with us. Thus, they brought the two children to the restaurant. On the other side of the restaurant, Ruo de restaurant was closed at this time. Inside the restaurant, the waiters were busy and Lung Shuang and Qin Xian were waiting behind. When they saw Feng Jiu and Wanyan Qianhua returning with Hao Er and a little girl, the two went up to greet them. Master, Lung Shuang, go to the clothing store and buy a few sets of clothes for the little girl. Qin Xian, have the waiter prepare some water for them to bathe in. Feng Jiu instructed and brought the two children to the courtyard of the restaurant. Yes, the two of them replied and immediately turned to leave. The shopkeeper personally brought the two children to bathe, and Feng Jiu and Wanyan Qianhua sat in the courtyard. Wanyan Qianhua poured a glass of wine and said, Are you going to leave the little girl with Hao Er? Yes, she looks like a good girl, but she still needs to be trained. Feng Jiu said and took a sip of wine. Not long after, Guan Shilin came in from outside. You're back. I just went out to buy some things. Come, try the spiced beef I brought back. Guan Shilin said and took out a portion for them. He looked around and asked, Where's Hao Er? Did you bring him back? Chapter 3364. Yes, we have to prepare in advance. Guan Shilin nodded and said, Now that the news is spread, people from all over the world will probably come to Mount E to watch the battle between Mo Zhe and Sovereign Tong Tian in a month's time. Although Mo Zhe is now at the Divine King level, we don't know if Sovereign Tong Tian has any ultimate moves, so we have to be careful. I know, Feng Jiu replied. She took a sip of wine from her glass. In the backyard, Lung Shuang put on the newly bought clothes for the little girl and said to her, Let's go. As soon as she finished speaking, she walked out. Outside, Hao Er, who had already bathed and changed into clean clothes, was waiting at the door. When he saw the door open and an adult and a child walk out, he walked forward and called out, Aunt Shuang, your mother and the others are in front. Let's go. Lung Shuang said and held his hand as they walked forward. Behind them, the little girl touched her new clothes lovingly. It was the first time she had worn such clean and beautiful new clothes, so she was very happy. When she heard the sound, she looked up and saw the woman in black holding the hand of a child who was the same age as her. The child didn't turn around, so she couldn't see his face. However, after thinking about it, she still followed behind them. Her eyes darted around from time to time as she looked at the small figure with curiosity and surprise, trying to guess his identity. Mother, uncle, Anhua. Hao Er followed Lung Shuang in and jogged to Feng Jiu's side, calling out to the three of them one by one. Feng Jiu reached out and picked him up. You look good after you've washed up. She carried him to a chair and sat him down. Mother ordered a lot of dishes. Take a look and see what you like to eat. Thank you, Mother. Ow, Er said and picked up his chopsticks to eat. Feng Jiu looked at the little girl standing at the side. She smiled and asked, What's your name? I don't have a name. The little girl lowered her head and said. Feng Jiu thought about it and said, I can find a family to adopt you and let you grow up safely. You can also stay and be my son's servant. Which one do you want to choose? Hearing this, the little girl was stunned. She looked at Hao Er who was eating and asked, He's a little beggar? Why did he look different? Only his voice was the same. He's not a little beggar, he's my son. Feng Jiu said and looked at the little girl. What do I do as a servant? Is it to play with him? She asked in confusion. Maidservant. In the future, someone will naturally tell you what you want to do. Right now, you only need to tell me which one you want to choose. I'll stay and follow him. The little girl looked at Hao Er. Seeing this, Feng Jiu said, If you stay from this moment onwards, you will be called master, and your life will no longer be yours. Are you still willing to stay? Yes. The little girl nodded. Feng Jiu said, all right. From today on, you'll be called Little Five. He glanced at Lung Shuang. Lung Shuang walked forward and said to the little girl, come with me. The little girl looked at Hao and saw that he didn't speak or look at her. She lowered her head and followed Lung Shuang downstairs. Chapter 3365. Feng Jiu smiled. Keep her for now. We'll see. She's just a little girl anyway. How big of a deal was that? If this little girl was obedient and kept her place, then she could stay. If she was prone to betrayal in the future, then she could be erased. In her opinion, she had given the opportunity. Whether she could seize it or resist, all the temptations in the future would depend on the situation. After all, not everyone was as loyal as Lung Shuang and Lung Hua. She said these words in front of Hao because she wanted him to know that he should be wary of others. However, she believed that after experiencing life these past few days, he should have seen through a lot of human affairs. Hao lowered his head and ate. He didn't speak, but listened carefully. He picked up a piece of meat for Feng Jiu and said, Mother, eat. Good boy, Hao eat more. Feng Jiu smiled and patted his head. Then he also picked up his chopsticks. Guan Shilin laughed loudly. Come. Let's eat. After eating, take Hao out for a walk. Go shopping and buy some small things. You haven't taken him around since you came back. That's true. Feng Jiu looked at Hao and said, Hao how about we go shopping with you after eating? Okay. Hao answered. Because he thought that they would accompany him to play in the city, he sped up. When they saw this, they shook their heads and laughed. They chatted while drinking wine. On the first floor, the little girl looked at the food on the table. There was meat, vegetables, and snacks. She was dazzled and happy. Are these all for me? She looked at Lung Shuang and asked. Yes, eat. Lung Shuang said. He turned and walked upstairs. Seeing him leave, the little girl immediately reached out to pick up something to eat. When the waiter in the corner saw this, he quickly walked out. Don't use your hands. Use chopsticks. Oh, the little girl answered. She picked up her chopsticks and ate. Her eyes were bright as she asked, Who are they? Is their family rich? When the waiter heard this, he sneered, Eat your food. This little girl's luck was good, but whether she could bear it or not, that was hard to say. Not long after, Wei Feng and Gu Mo also came to the restaurant. They approached Feng Jiu and said, Master, it's already taken care of. Feng Jiu responded and waved his hand, indicating for them to leave. Mother, how are those people? Hao asked. He knew that Wei Feng and the others had gone to deal with those little beggars that he'd crippled. Actually, he'd only crippled an arm and a leg, and he could already be considered to have been merciful. Out of Foursquare City, Feng Jiu looked at Hao and said, Many times, being lenient will bring endless trouble to yourself. When it's time to make a decision, you have to be decisive. You can't hesitate, understand? Yes, Hao responded. After he finished eating the food in his bowl, he said, Mother, there's a place to row boats in the west of the city. Mother, I want to row a boat there. Okay, Mother will take you there. Feng Jiu smiled and took Hao out with them. On the other hand, Lung Shuang brought the little girl back to the estate.